Want to get a news update, my brother, don't just phone. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't just phone. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just phone. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just phone. Yeah, don't just phone. Yeah, don't just phone. You from Panjama, Maryland, don't just phone. Yeah, don't just phone. Every weekend, regular, my brother, don't just phone. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't just phone. Yeah, don't just phone. You want to get a news update, don't just phone. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, 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 kilibaba. What I want? Yes, my yes, my to get your information. To be part of action. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for salvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Every weekend, regular, my brother, don't spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, 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 kilibaba. What I want? Yes, my party. Yes, my party. Yes, I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to trust.
Okay. Good evening to you. Good afternoon. Good morning. However you are watching or listening to us, wherever you are listening to us from, this is how I'd like to welcome you to the Wednesday edition of the Spoon Talk. It's great to be back. It's great to be back right here on your FM dial. That's Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1. And we are also live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We are also live on Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM. The name is Rosemary McKeever. I'm going to be your producer for tonight. Welcome again to the broadcast. And if it's your first time joining us, this is Spoon Talk, where we get to talk everything that concerns the nation Liberia. We get to listen to our listeners as well as our viewers online who have the opportunity to share their thoughts of things that affect them as citizens of the country. So however you're watching or listening to us from, welcome again. Now let's go to the live. Let's go to the live and recognize a couple of people who are watching. Nathaniel K. Hill, welcome. He's joining us. Welcome to Mari Yuma. Yeah, she's watching from the Netherlands. Welcome to the broadcast. Lawrence Spencer, he's watching from Johnsonville Township, District Number 2, Montserrat County. Welcome to the broadcast. Sam Nawa, he's watching from Grand Cape Mount County. Welcome to the broadcast. We have Melvin Nathaniel Roosevelt. Good evening. He said he's watching from Monrovia. Welcome to the broadcast. Arthur K. Robert, he's watching from Bunk Mines. Welcome to the broadcast. Tonight promises to be great. Later on, we're going to be joined by the CEO and his host of Panelists, who are going to be delving into major happenings in and around Monrovia. Daniel D. Sheriff, welcome. He's watching from Voinjama, Lofa County. Prince M. Thomas, welcome to the show. Asata O. Dosan is watching as well. Aloysius Alexander Tente Jr. is watching. Gus Tamba, welcome to the show. Welcome. Rufus Collins, welcome. From Cisse, welcome. Silas and Woyen is watching from GSA Community. Othello Delorme, welcome. Dede Nouvel, welcome. Siaka George, welcome. Philip Bala, welcome to you. Welcome. And he's watching from Pennsylvania, US of A.
Politicians want to make their decision just to you want to know.
All right, so welcome to everybody, to our listeners. I know you guys cannot wait to put in your calls to start hearing what is on your mind, but you already know. Before we do that, before we go to that segment, we usually give you a gist of some of the happenings around Monrovia. Well, Mo Ali made a statement on our sister program, that's today's show, where he said about 76% on the overall of the population in Liberia, they have access to basic water supply. And due to that statement, Representative Musa Hassan Bility made a request that Mo Ali be, he joined in at the House of Representatives to clarify where he got his statistics from and what methodology he used for that statistics. And then Mo Ali came back with a rebuttal and said he did not mean that the 76% is exclusively Liberia water and sewer. He meant boreholes. He meant protected wells in communities and around Liberia. He also meant rural water systems. So he wasn't just stating that the 76% is limited to Liberia water and sewer. Well, that's about it. And WHO says 600 suspected Ebola cases it's in DR Congo now, with 51 being confirmed and 139 suspected deaths in DR Congo. And Uganda is also reporting 2 suspected cases. Well, Liberia is also saying, no, Ebola is not here. But however, we are putting in measures so that we can protect ourselves in case they want to come. But we are hoping for the best. We are praying that Ebola shouldn't come near our borders because, we've had problems with Ebola in the past. Between 2014, 2015, we had issues with Ebola in the past. A lot of citizens, a lot of us lost families and friends, during the Ebola crisis. So we don't want that. We hope that the WHO can come up sooner with cure. I think they say it's going to take 9 months for them to come up with a vaccine for this new strand of the virus. Well, Darius Delon has proposed a bill, diaspora remittance proposal bill, that's going to allow any money that come in the country. If your family member send you $5, you will receive $4. $1 will go towards the diaspora remittance bill that is on the table. It hasn't been passed, but he is proposing that should happen to go towards handling diaspora affairs. So that's it. You can now put in your calls. Let's hear from the Liberian people. Amongst all of the things that I said just now, what is it that you want to talk on? If it's the diaspora bill, if it's the Ebola crisis that is in DR Congo, or is being suspected in Uganda, or Mo Ali saying that 76% of the population have access to basic water supply, clean and safe. And he came back and clarified that he did not mean just Liberia water and sewer. He was talking about boreholes, he was talking about wells, he was talking about rural water system. So that's it right here for you. Welcome again to the show. I'm Rosemary Makiva. I'm producing for tonight. Whilst we wait on our host of panelists, you can begin putting your calls, those 0777 771075 0555 101075. We already have our first caller on the line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you very much to my Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia.
Good evening, Alfonso. How are you?
Rooks, Makiba in studio in Liberia. The need me constant Alfonso AF come out this beautiful Wednesday evening. Says Marie, what actually in my mind have to deal with the recharge budget our past. If this government seriously came to rescue this country or the Liberians at large, I say no. What do I mean? Don't recap budget the past, nothing in the interest of the Liberian people and the country at large. Everything that they propose and pass as bill today is all in conformity with the lawmakers and the ministers and the director and their family. So I'm asking President Boakai, you really came to rescue this country or to make the Liberian people to suffer more and more again? Because I don't see anything, any progress, any changes that they spoke against over the past, that they are going to do correction as a correctors. But what they are doing, they are imposing the problem more disaster on the Liberian people. So these are my serious questions I'm asking this government in totality. If they really came to rescue this country, look at all foreign the recap budgets at the past 50 days. What in the interest of the Liberian people? Nothing is in the Puebla for the Liberian people in the country as well.
Okay, Alfonso.
In the interest in the assembly. So history with Georgia comes on October 10, 2029. We are waiting to be on the ballot paper to see them and vote them absent dealership.
All right, Alfonso, thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you. My name is Levi Stoney, and this evening I'm pulling and speaking to practice.
All right, what's on your mind?
What is on my mind this evening have to do with those 3 jurors from the Supreme Court pertaining to Honorable 12 case. Well, you see, man, we have to be real in this country. These guys, in my mind, they should be charged for criminal facilitation. What does that mean? Their case lasted for 6 months plus. They were there. They saw all those things according to them. They did not lay complete. They never said anything. Even the last day of the trial, they were there. They pen to paper. They accept everything. Only 2 weeks, they coming up to say, you know, some of us lost our parents during the 15 years Civil War. And they said President Doe was not proceeding well with it at the time. This is the reason they brought the war. But in my mind, what is happening now, even it didn't happen during President Doe's time, because some of our boys around here were men. We saw these things there. We saw how the government was going. Even people that said it was just fast. Majority of them were in the government, studying key position in the government. Some of them were ministers. But they didn't say, they said they're not satisfied, they brought a war. Now today, after 15 years Civil War, we have this democracy. People will be coming here and be fishing on their friend and right because they want one property, he want everything to happen for him. It is not fair. Let us not see this way. Manan, let the people throw the case on. There is nothing.
Well, the case is still under investigation. It's still being investigated.
But I was saying, why should they investigate that lawyer? Not even to call them for investigation. But local Councilor Johnson will not even bow down to that. I trust God for the trust.
Okay, thank you for calling. Thank you. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello.
Your name and where are you calling from?
Rose, this is the chief security force as well.
Welcome.
Yeah, Rose. Thank you so much. You guys are doing extremely well. And I know the Spoon FM. All the radio stations in Liberia, I see them running to Spoon FM, and Spoon FM will be forward in network. Thank you guys so much for. Don't listen to anybody that will just say anything to weaken what you learn, what you're providing for us.
Okay.
So Rose,
I'm listening.
the other day, you told me to text my number.
So I just copied the number down. I just remembered and copied the number down. So I will send it to him.
Okay. So
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank God so much for the opportunity to my family face. But going for the Unity Party election of people. But go for the Unity Party.
Okay, let's go straight to the point, please.
Thank you. My friend issue go to Spoon. Mr. Spoon and I on the same one me. Mr. Spoon taking a family vet to give. They say was very giving message and they will give money. Say that time I will see anything was Tamo, I will see anything was Jackassy, they can call my love. And
were you a part of the people that they were supposed to call?
Tamo. Before the show of finish call, give me the opportunity my call went through. Tamo say your case they unto it. They don't know first I do that to me. One day when they put on the show and on the show a promise of money, they follow me without money again.
Okay, please come to the station and register your dissatisfaction.
Yeah, that means the second issue. They go to care. All I want to pay the country. When I said that la on standard to yes, the free care, you have the money choking there. We work at pay the country that choke work out. Yeah, you know the part where I been la blue. It don't be in the tasura getting talk.
Okay.
They talking yeah. Musa Pele they talking. Say when I'm up here and I pour on the table for the library people. They say nani makandi company I'm the water so about. How about Bill? How about Bill? They were talking. How about going and talking? How about Bill? You want to be president for the country. Who are the Musa Pele the president? And Sana Kumi second B before the Musa. Who can be chief to a thing about calling my country was a campo? Call Crank Crew, what a former president campo, call Lofa. They were all kind of pay the country. But soon, like Brewery, Louis Leisure, you call America, you go Europe, then you carry talk to other countries.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our Lone Star line. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, Rose. I'm Oscar Zigwen calling from Gompa City.
Welcome, Oscar. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Rose, what my man have to do when come Nima. Rose, the road from Gamta to Secretary, there's an area called CNC Junctions after the train track. That road has begun a death track for the southeastern and the citizen of Nima County. Road the car is very bad until when you in car every day and night there's a all over there, and more than 2-3 citizens will lose their life weekday basis. So I want to take this time to call upon the government. You know, the current after man to call CNC Junction, Mr. President, if you can hear me, or Minister of Foreign Work, you can take about $500,000 or million of dollars to redirect that road for the safety of the citizens of this country. That road is that curve is very dangerous. Every week, more than 2-3 have an accident, and every time people lose their life right there. By begging the government to redirect that road.
Okay.
Then the second thing I have to do with the road leading from my home country, that of Bang. Roads for the past 3 years, car have not on that road. Anytime you want to come from country to go Bang, you have to come Senegal, Gamta, Secretary before going to Bang. So I want to call upon the Minister of Public Work. The road from District 3 to District 4, down of District 7, is a road that citizens I want to use. So we are backing and saying recently is approaching to kind of see how best they can recondition the road from Campe to Bang, so the citizens can have access to that road.
All right,
Because
thank you very much.
Sky is not on that road, and the citizens are feeling hurt. Thank you this evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, good evening, my dear sister.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm getting you.
Hello?
I am getting you.
Yeah, so I call from GSL. Look, I'm going to call to appreciate the House of Representatives for restoring consistency in our dear country, Liberia, especially the great people of District Number 10. Our district, especially our rural community, is a very great community with people who are bright, smart people with integrity. The people, they took their vote and put it behind an individual who abused the vote, abused the people, the great people of District 10, their vote, and he thinks you're going to go away with it free. In fact, he went as far as risking the peace and security of the people of District 10. The thing, what was happening at the border in Lofa with Liberia and Guinea, it was now something to play fun with. You're talking about people's lives, vote, and your representative, all you do is to move from Ghana and come and you want to break the security of this country. So I call to appreciate the people, the House of Representatives, for the great job.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
How are you, my dear brother?
Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Community. More are there. Like people looking at the battle with us. Veterinary, the pen is Matthews, When you go without protest, my voice will be heard. Will you take ballot back? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this Rose. My sister Rose. Rose, how you doing? How about it, Rose?
I'm fine. Thank you. Your name and where are you calling from?
Rose, the name this is the voice of Sabu Rasta. Rose, I'm calling your show from Point 4. To be specific with you, Rose, I'm from Zimbabwe. A concerned librarian for justice. Look, Rose, I'm thinking about that. What will get 776% more connected. What are coming to you? Don't want to say connected people who know about when I get issue. But Rose, don't want my mind tonight. The other people who are now they want to judge me. You say I looking. But what on my mind tonight? I'm not making the CEO to me like the president of the Republic of God. The CEO made a promise to me. Wait, help your soul. And I believe he said no. Nothing but said no.
So Rose, stop him, man. Stop him. Rose, stop him. Stop him. He shouldn't go anywhere. Abu Rasta.
The CEO said I should stop you. Listen to the CEO now.
Rose.
Yes, sir.
Who in the world name would be Abu Rasta? What kind of name that? Huh? Who would call and say Abu Rasta? They man a rascal man. They tell the man, find school, I go pay the school fee and message, give me the money. What kind of man they call Abu Rasta? You know how many times that man said I run behind that man? But the man named Abu Rasta. So this is what I would do. Rose, you handle it. I can guarantee you, come back next week, it will be a different story. The man who named Abu Rasta, the man here said Rasta, for Zimbabwe. And that 1.4, but Zimbabwe. Hey, Rose, you know Zimbabwe 8.4? No, but bring the man on.
He's still here.
Yeah, I got to talk about 712 today. I got to talk about Yaka today. I got to talk about all the big news that are up and down today. The man name is Abu Rasta. The man of Rasta man. Bring the man on. So that Abu Rasta.
Yeah.
Look at it, man. See what the CEO say. Look at that thing. Abu Rasta.
Yeah,
but we're not hearing it, man. Rosemary, you don't like it, man.
It's loud, CEO.
But we have it.
You got the name now?
Abu Rasta. So Abu Rasta, wherever you are right now, right? Check your Rosemary phone number. Let me call it to you. Let me call a phone number to you. Say you said Dama can't handle you. No, wait. Abu Rasta, you said Dama can't take care of you. Because I know you can't Rose, who really behind your number about Leo alone, man?
Because I know the CEO can be like Joseph Waka. The CEO anything says don't say what you can do.
Rose. No, but Rose, listen now. Rose, Abu Rasta, listen. I'm going to find you a new manager. Rosemary is a manager. Rose, the only thing you can do, you said I shouldn't call your number. Take Abu Rasta number.
Yeah, I'm taking it now.
Get to him tomorrow. Go to the school and register Abu Rasta's son, please. The man asking Dama for the money. Dama said, no. I was instructed to go register your son, not to give you the money. If you want the money, that's a different thing.
Exactly.
Exactly, but then why you want the money from Dama? So Rose, let's get back on track here, Rose. I beg you, you don't want me to call your number, Rose. So
yes, I just got his number. I will call him tomorrow.
You got his number already?
Yes.
Okay, so Abu Rasta, Rose says she will call you tomorrow, but this is Rose's number, Abu Rasta. This is Rosemary. Rosemary had beaten. She said, hey, see, you don't come and know. Say she run away. Rosemary number that's 77061. Abu, you got a number? Take the get number now. Start calling number. All the banana will start calling Rose.
I will call you tomorrow, Abu. I will call you tomorrow.
Rosie, I'll bring you see you. I'll call the last one. But then write it down. 77061. Just stop there. Tomorrow we'll call the
I
rest
will
of it.
call you tomorrow. If I call you, come to the office.
No, not that I'm going to come to the office. I'm going to get put out there.
In the wall, I trust you. I know
Abu Raska one.
All right, Abu. Thank you. We need to go to the show.
So, Ross, thank you very much. We got a lot to cover today. I want to say thanks to all of you that are Richardson. You look fabulous. It's good that you're joining us in that format with your long chicken feather earring. Again, we want to say welcome, Dr. Richardson. I'm saying that Councilor Kanyo Baba is in the back. The rest of the guys coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big day in our country, apart from the joke. But Rose, where you going now? Come back on. Apart from everything we want to do. Oh, okay. Thank you. I want to say, man, it's a big day in Liberia. A lot of stuff is happening, some good, some bad. But I would like to say, Dr. Richardson, we will be having a big show today. I am so confused. Where is Liberia heading to? Yeah, I am so confused. Where our country Liberia going? I mean, you got to ask yourself. You really do. I want to say, share the show. You got to ask yourself where Liberia is heading to. Can you imagine the Supreme Court now playing Kajaleka? Can you imagine the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia that should be able to help the country redeem herself from the bad thing that is happening like now? But they playing Kakaleka like in the Yeke Konuba case. The reason why Yeke ran to the court and prayed upon the court. The court said, we don't care about that one, but the letter, the document we sent, they didn't receive it. So then what? Adjust the camera, Rose. Elevate your heart. I mean, it's so. So those of you that are calling, that want to say something, those of you that are calling, you ask yourself, where are we heading as a country? 12, 14, 18, 21 years, how many years of civil conflict? And we thought that we're going to redeem this nation. But the question remains, where are we heading? I refuse to take a lot of calls today, Dr. Richardson. Welcome to the show, Councilor. It's so important that we should remind ourselves, even if you hit the individual, but you cannot hit Liberia. You just can't hit Liberia. What is happening today? What? I saw Senator crying today. I saw him crying. I don't think he was crying because they after him. And we got a lot to talk about. I don't think Senator was crying because of the witch hunt. But I think the fabric of our Constitution, something that governs us, has been destroyed, clear in our own eyes. I thought we came to rescue the Constitution. I thought we came to rescue the country. We want to welcome all of you. We got a lot to cover today. The GSC crying on Gafwan and wasteful spending, people stealing from the 2024 budget. Water sachet bag at $10. Mama Panya will be increasing prices on students. And they got some going back after 712 called jury tampering, and they say somebody made phone calls so 712 come back again. The only thing the government is bent on the case that he was exonerated. And the illegal removal of a representative, he ran to the court, and now the court have turned to be in the pocket. These decisions are concerning. Where are we as a nation? Whether you for or against, but how can the Supreme Court, the Justice in Chamber, Justice Kabah, that we so respect, just tell us that our document was never served properly. Then what? Does it mean that it's over? If it never, so are you going to deal with the sheriff or what? The court representative that carry out with it? Then what? Then what? That's the question people are asking. That's it. Who will stand up? Why every institutional trying to be so spineless? Let me use the long word. The executive, they are spineless. The legislatures are spineless. Now we go to the judiciary. They are even more spineless. Like every one of them under the cabal. That if you don't do it, we'll remove you, we'll impeach you. They're afraid to. Who do we have in Liberia that will stand up for that which is right, for the longevity of the rule of law, something they have sworn on oath to protect? But who do we have in Liberia then? Who? Ask somebody, say, how old are you? They say, I'm 45, I'm 43, I'm 50, I'm 51. We got years to go, man. But then we found these guys then that within their retirement age just destroying the country. People that will be out of this place in 5 years, in 10 years. We pray to God that God gives them long life, but they are destroying, they're trying to take Liberia with them. I mean, how can you do that? As we strive to repair the damages that we caused in our country, that our forefathers caused, and we're getting to see old people come to make it worse. Yeah, we do. Hey, it is your time today, Dr. Richardson. It is your time right now. It is your time. You are on the boat as the captain, but trust me, time is coming. And so we welcome all of you that are joining us from everywhere. Every one of you, that is a bad time, bad things is happening in our country. It's a sad time for Liberians, home and abroad. It's a sad time for our country that we were set over here and just agreed to destroy the only thing that is holding our country, the thing that comes to the back by the sworn on oath. Yeke went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, okay, Yeke, we receive your request. You pray for the bill of information. We sent somebody to tell the regime speaker Richard Cohn and James Collier that they should see her and they should cease. Don't do anything. Richard Cohn said, why would Richard Cohn think that the court will send something to them? He said that. The push, as alleged, the push. They said that what the president wanted, so that what the president should receive. Is it over? We're seeing a Yeke lawyer saying they're going to the full bench. What would the Chief Justice do? What would Justice James Etta Woodokoli do? What would Justice Johnson Clinton do? What would Justice Boakai do? What would the Chief Justice Basid, what would he do? Everybody just keeping their eyes open. Then what? Something bad is happening in Liberia, my friend. The Unity Partisan, they are talking, they are not happy. Can we just move on? You may be rejoicing today. I remember on that fateful day when they put those 13 people on the poll, Dr. Richardson, our loved ones, some of our family members. On the other side, people were celebrating. But on the other side, you found people sharing tears. And they were asking the same question, Dr. Richardson. But after 10 years, after 9 years, into the 10th year, the table turned. Just in the middle of the whole 10 years, 5 years, things turned. Those people that were celebrating began to understand that our country was on the wrong track. People that came into power to redeem, they were the one persecuting. Four to 5 years later, when people were singing Native Woman Born Soldier, Soldier K-Toba, something has happened. People were asking the question, where's the country money? Those dark days that we witnessed growing up, one may ask, are we going back to those dark days? Those dark days when people were witch hunting. Those dark days when you hear the name Witherspoon, when you hear the name, those names, Tubman, Tubber, those days. But when the table turned and you hear the name and they say you're Mandingo, you Crown, you Gil, you Mano, it took us 250,000 plus for us to understand that we were in total darkness. And we thought we were coming to heal the nation, though, to rescue the country, to uphold the rule of law, to talk about justice, transparency. But again, we are here talking about we will witch hunt. We will only do what the empire wants. But today we are here talking about the suffering of our people, the hardship in the country. Today we are talking about the witch hunting. That even the court will say you are free to go. You are acquitted, you are exonerated. But we'll find technicality to call you back and say, no. The only thing we want is you. You must be in jail. We are talking about breaking the rules of law and going against the very fabric of our Constitution today. But we can remove the speaker illegally, burn down the Capitol building. Now, if you talk, we will go after you and suspend you for 6 months. Only you are saying what you need to say as a citizen and a lawmaker, that we will remove a certain representative. And when you run to the court and the court will say, no. The document in our hand, we didn't present the document, so your case is over. But I have to assure my fellow Liberians, few seconds left on my time, the better days ahead. Better days ahead, my friend. God is still watching over Liberia. The time will come that Liberia will be redeemed. Liberia has to be redeemed. So tomorrow, all you need to say when Justice Kabal send a document requesting your presence, Dr. Richardson, say, I didn't see who you gave it to. When you say, oh, I gave it to your secretary, say, no, that's the wrong person you gave it to. When they say, oh, we give it to the man at the front desk, the reception, they say, no. You give it to the wrong person, send it again. Because that's a precedent. He has said, a respected justice. Once so many people admire Justice Kabal. But amen, what happened? Was it the threat of impeachment, as folks are saying on the street? Was it to satisfy the president of the Republic of Liberia, as some people are saying? May God save our state. May God save our state. Tomorrow, Samuel will be appearing again as a recovery. Mawani Diggs asked for time to reschedule. We got a copy of the document I presented. Mawani Diggs says, yes, she paid the rest in Porto. We shared them with you. We got so many information on what went down today. But hey, everyone is waiting for that day. There will be no more bullets. There will be no more civil war on the street. There will be no more. But the people speaking through the ballot, not bullet. And this too will happen. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Dr. Richardson, I think you made a mistake. You went off there. Welcome. Are you with us?
Yes, sorry. I had myself on mute. I want to tell you, Rosemary, you're a bad girl sister with that hair. Look, with that look, it takes a real woman to go with our hair and look just as good as you do. Yeah, Stanton, I agree with you. So many things are going on in our country that are, interesting to listen to, and for us to be concerned about. Today, I think I saw a video of Honorable Yeke Koba leaving Liberia. He was at the RIA airport, and he was expressing that he does not do the work of the court, and that's why the court is there. The court should know by this time, and I mean, this is my interpretation, after 170 something years, I'm wondering if the court does not know how to issue a warrant to the legislature. There still seem to be some arguments about that. Who did the warrant go to, or did someone go to? Why don't they know how to do that? Is there training issues that are involved here? So that was concerning. I also listened very intermittently to what the lawyer Arthur Johnson had to say about Mr. Twist's case. The jury, selection is an issue in our country. Obviously, we've been knowing this. This didn't just start during this case. I've always thought that the jury selection needed to be improved, enhanced, updated. What is the juror roll call do we have in our country? Are we just depending on people in Monrovia? Do we integrate people in rural Liberia to be a part of the jury system? Do they get an orientation? What does the orientation look like if they do? I mean, now, even though it's a civic duty, but people do get paid. Is it just for payment, or is it a civic duty? Are those things explained to the jurors in Liberia? So, I mean, we should learn a lesson just to begin to improve our juror system. Specifically to the case, I know that the jury can be recalled. They can be called back. I see this as two different issues. I don't see this as a Samuel Twe issue. I see it as a jury issue specifically. And the Samuel Twe issue is a whole separate thing. But if the argument Mr. Johnson was making, he said, well, that's why they asked the jurors in court, is this how you voted on this case? Yes or no? And they all confirmed that they had voted to say Samuel Twe was not guilty. Now, and they were free people. They were disbanded. They were free people. Now, how come we're calling them back? I know historically I've read some cases where jury can be called back if the court had credible reason to bring them back. Credible reason. Of course, Mr. Johnson, Counsel Johnson, allow us to know that it's the law. I didn't see what law. Maybe I missed something in his press conference. I wish he would have cited which law specifically that says that you cannot call a jury back once the jury is disbanded. So those are just some of the thoughts, my reaction to what you were saying early on, but thank you so much.
Again, Dr. Richardson, we appreciate you. Fully welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Kanyo, as always, thank you for joining us. Let's hear you. We still got about 9 minutes to get in Zico. So, Kanyo, let's get your 1 minute, sir.
Well, thank you, CEO, and a pleasant good evening to the other panelists. I'd like to start out very quickly by saying that Justice Kaba is a jurist for whom I have the greatest respect and admiration. I do not believe that at any point in time he was threatened or induced to rule the way he ruled. Those who will take the time to read that ruling, which I have a copy of and I've looked at, will see that the basis for disallowing the Bill of Information filed by Yeke was firmly grounded in law. And most times I like to say to people, before we condemn processes, sometimes put yourself in that shoe and assume if it were you. Let's forget about Yeke, let's forget about the House of Representatives. But service is the means by which you bring a party under the jurisdiction of the court. If a person is not served, meaning that information is not given to them, you cannot claim that they are before the court. So let's assume you are at your house. Somebody go and sue you, Stanton. And because they just want to ensure that you are here in contempt and placed in jail, they go there and they give the precept to your yard boy. Your yard boy knows nothing about these precepts and the importance of them. They go back, and the next thing they tell the court, well, we invited Stanton. Stanton didn't show up, and the court officer signs the returns. But your yard boy took that service and just put it in the kitchen or put it in the boys' quarter. So it's important for service to be placed on the people that are responsible to receive it. Under our laws, when it comes to government institutions, it has to be served on the proper people. And it wasn't. And people do that all the time just to claim that they've been served and they haven't been served. Recently, as I close, in my 1 minute, so that I don't go over time before you cut me off, Samuel Twe was acquitted. And you had a particular narrative in regards to the acquittal of Samuel Twe. But this very same judiciary under President Boyka, why did they say President Boyka called the judge to stop the acquittal of Samuel Twe? Why was the judge that presided over the acquittal of Samuel Twe not afraid of impeachment or induce? But when it turns the other way, then people are afraid of impeachment. I think it's good for our democracy. The conversations are healthy, but I think the judiciary is strong. The judiciary is demonstrating independence. And these are all facets of growing. And let's see how it plays out. We just need to continue to respect the rule of law. And I have the utmost confidence in Justice Kaba, in the Chief Justice, in their stewardship of the judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bala. It's always good having you. And guys, we got a lot to cover. I know wherever you are, maybe you'll have the time. But if we can respect the time, we got three important topics tonight, and we must discuss them. So I like the fact that kind of you are respecting the time this early. Welcome to the show, Governor Clinton. Fubi, let's hear your intro on this. We will not wait any further for anyone. We'll just get into it. So Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, so good evening. We look forward to a good show. And on the issue with the Justice Kaba couldn't have ruled any better than he did. And like I always said, the Supreme Court does not have certain power over the House. And the smartest way that he could have done that was to rely on the notice not being served well. Because he couldn't have, if the House is adamant on not overturning that decision, the Supreme Court can't do anything about that. So the best thing to do is to smartly say, look, the notice was not served well, and let's move on. So they can take it to the Supreme Court, the full bench, that's fair, it's still part of the law. And I don't think the full bench is going to rule in a different manner than that. Because the Supreme Court must avoid being involved in political matter as much as possible. And this particular saga with Yeke is a political matter. And the only way Yeke could have survived that is to lobby with his colleagues to see how he could have diverted that, for the enough votes that he got. That was the best bet instead of running to the court. The court will not change then decisions. CDC, they suspended Yeke for a few months, they denying your salary as a benefit. The Supreme Court ruling in favor. Up to today's day, he has not gotten that money. So that's it. So it's just a waste of time because the court order cannot be enforced against the legislature. Only Article 2 gave the Supreme Court the power of overturning inconsistent laws that's in line with the Constitution, and that does not apply to the legislative administrative matters. So they need to understand that, as a lawmaker, you sit in the Capitol building. I would advise that do not take your matter to the court as legislator. You got to deal with your colleagues. The numbers that what matters in the legislature.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Phoebe. Welcome to the show, Jacob. It's good to have you. Councillor Clinton, let's hear you, sir.
Every time I hear Phoebe says the court does not have power over the legislature, it just makes me shake my head. The court is the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court. The three branches of government, each has its own function. The court has its function. There are matters that are exclusively within the jurisdiction of the legislature. Of course, if you study constitutional law, there's the political question doctrine, and there are matters that the court will not get involved in. Now, the court does not have its own police officer. The court does not enforce the laws. So the court relies on the executive branch to do so. This is how the judiciary is supposed to work. This is how the system of government is supposed to work. If we're supposed to respect the court, the decisions for the court. So to say that the legislature, the Supreme Court, because it does not have the power to enforce, so every time the legislature can just ignore the decision of the Supreme Court. That's from another planet. But again, look, I think we said this yesterday. I think the issue of jury tampering is in a jurisdiction is a serious issue. But there are questions about this entire issue. We understand that the jury was sequestered, and if they were with agents of the government, so those are questions that have to be answered. What happened? Who infiltrated? What happened to the officers of the court who were taking care of the jurors? I think there should be an investigation. I, however, don't think, unless you're talking, there's substantial evidence of bribing the jurors. But I think like very minor things like, having a phone, was talking to people, watch television. Those are things that are not permitted by the jurors, but they are not enough to overturn a not guilty verdict.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clinton. Thank you. Jacob, let's get your intro, sir, and we get started.
Look, Stanton, I am a student of Liberian political history. As a young boy coming up, I grew up as a refugee, small boy coming up, and I saw the bloodbath and the destruction of this country. And when some of us returned from refugee camp and went to the university, I was a very curious mind. I wanted to learn about my country, and I wanted to find out why different group of people, tribes, political people destroy our lives, destroy the country. I really wanted to find out, and for me, that drove me to study politics and everything. And I've been a very sensitive citizen since then, trying to see some of the conflict triggers, some of the things that led to the destruction of my country and the killing of many people. And whenever I see semblance of that, I get scared to my very bones. And one of that key thing is the over politicization and the marginalization, deliberate attempt by people who have power to marginalize political opponents. And for me, it has nothing to do with who is in power or not. When I saw CDC and I saw certain actions, like, for example, removing a justice of the Supreme Court, I condemned the CDC for that. And by that time, I was very critical of the CDC, and I was very clear that that was action that resembled something that led to the destruction of this country. I tell anybody, and for what I see today here, with the whole Samuel Toy thing, These are things that led to crises, to the destruction of the rule of law, and to
All right, I think Jacob have an internet problem, right? Is that me?
Yeah,
Jacob.
Yeah. So I will just.
So Jacob, we'll come back to you. Welcome to the show, Emmanuel George. It's good to have you on, my friend.
Let's conclude. I'm trying to get my.
Jacob, get your stuff straightened up. We'll come back to you, please. Welcome to the show, Emmanuel George. Let's have you. A big day today in Liberia, especially from the court system, right? A lot of rulings coming down. We have other issue, that we'll be diving into. But let's talk about.
I think I'm fine now.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Jacob. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you. Let's talk about Capitol Hill and what is happening around Capitol Hill, Emmanuel. Let's get your intro, sir.
Yeah, Stanton, good evening to you. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. I don't know why the United Party did a canyon and I can't fly in here tonight. So good evening, Fubi, Gamonde, Jacob Jala, and Kev. The verdict from the justice in chambers today is kind of challenging to read through. The lawyers will understand the frame of mind he was in when he passed that judgment. But we have been winning cases in the court. So I'm not coming to stand and start condemning the court system because the judge in chamber had an opinion that may differ from mine. Yeke said yesterday on the show that he's going to appeal to the full bench of the Supreme Court. But it's a challenging decision in such a way that the rule of the House of Representatives have two persons that is cited to collect instruments from them, the clerk of the court and the sergeant at arms. The clerk of the court has an office, and the document was presented to that office to someone who is actually the data operator. But the justice in chamber, it is his opinion that it's supposed to go to a particular person. So what we have now, the Canio, then we have to be running because they are lawyers. When something is being served, they have to look for the particular person who's supposed to get that document. If the person is in Maryland County, Canio, then we have to fly all the way to Maryland to see them. So the office does not matter in my mind, according to the judgment today. But we were respected. We were respected because we have had some good wins in the court. We're not going to sit and condemn the court system this evening because of what will transpire. But hopefully that the full bench will give us a better conversation, a better argument about what happened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Kev, welcome. You'll be the last. We got to dive into the conversation. And I want us to come on. They will meet us where we are. But welcome, Kev. It's good seeing you.
Let me say hi to everybody. I don't know if we're on the Summit 12-1 or the Yeke. But
you're just going to give your intro, Kev. I'm just giving you time to give your intro.
Okay. On the Yeke case, and it is funny that the Justice Chamber ruled against itself because they want that order. Their clerk, they've been doing it for years. So they rule against itself today. That's what I saw, and that was it's a shame. But with the Summit 12 case, I said this from the beginning. I said we are approaching the dark days. A lot of people think, oh, okay, you from the CDC, you're saying it, but it's a dark days. We all know what happened in the 80s. Yes, we heard it from our father. We see some things about it from the 80s and the 90s become a terror and take our childhood away because certain people feel that they can muscle the way, they got power, they can use it. But as the intro, maybe we'll get into it. So let me start for you. Let me stop here now.
All right, thank you very much, Kev. Let's deal with this thing one at a time. Let's talk about the Summit Tour issue first, and then we'll move to Yeke. Then we'll talk about the rest of it. I think the folks need to be part of this, and let's give our own clear perspective as to where we are. Concerning the Summit Tour issue, I'd like to ask, and thank God we have lawyers here. I want to ask you, Dr. Richardson, though, a couple of questions in my argument with folks today. One, who actually complained? And maybe Kanye and Clinton will help us. Who actually complained? Who brought complaint that there was jury tampering? And when the judge called them, what next? If it is proven that somebody used a cell phone, then what? I'm going to pause with these two questions, which will help our people understand. Then we will go what Arthur Johnson argument was today during his press conference, and we get all the excerpts. We're going to play them, and then we're going to talk more about Arthur Johnson's own press statement. He was so powerful, by the way, and I want to see whether Kanye or Clinton disagree with what some of the points that Arthur Johnson made. So, Dr. Richardson, let's start from the surface. Samator won the case. People were celebrating. The government said they won. Samator said he won. Everything was okay. 3 jurors came back and they complained. So is the prosecutor involved? Yeah. Who pushing who? Do you think they have sufficient evidence? Would this be a retrial? Talk to us. Allow the people to hear you, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Stanton, I wasn't sure if Counselor Johnson answered who complained. I don't think I heard that part, but somebody may have complained. I intermittently listened to him, but it's a good question. Who complained? Who said that there was jury tampering? I'm also interested in knowing who brought the complaint. What next? If there were jury tampering, it is my understanding that it has to be credible. Okay, the court has to decide eventually. Yes, there's a lot and sufficient evidence to prove that the juror was tampered with. Jury tampering consists of many things, as we know. It could be, the illegal use of phones, communication between the jurors in a way that is not acceptable, like if they were sharing information or influencing each other how to vote. So in most developed countries, that's considered jury tampering. But another question that I tend to carry with me is, if they were sequestered, as many of you said, okay, how were they able to get this kind of exposure to phone? Were that they're not checked regularly? How does Liberia's sequester system, what does that look like? Because when you're a sequester in other parts of the world, you are taken away from everything, and you are actually put aside from everything. You don't even get to see your family. You don't get to watch TV because you could be influenced by the media. You don't get to speak to anybody. And so I don't know, who was watching these jurors. And then lastly, said, what next? If they find credible evidence that jurors tempered, then they have to have a retrial. That's what's next. If then they don't find credible evidence that that the juror was tempered, if they do not find credible evidence, then it just remains, Samuel remains acquitted. But I also want to know.
So what evidence, Dr. Richardson, hold on. What evidence are we looking for here? Evidence, hold on, Dr. Richardson, I beg you, please. Let's just take it slow for us to understand each other.
Yes.
What evidence are we looking for? Evidence that Senator called someone, or someone from Senator legal team manipulated, called someone? What do you think they are looking for?
Well, That's a good question. Again, I know that one of the jurors in our chat room had phone conversation, that there were phone conversations or they were not allowed to have telephone. And so if from their phone conversation, it shows that they were having conversation about the case, direct conversation, that's evidence. That's evidence that the case was tampered with. If it shows that they were bribed, that's another juror temporary. If they show that whether Samuel Twe paid them or somebody else paid them, then that's evidence to me. So
Thank you.
I want to say that I almost looking at Samuel Twe case and this jury temporary case to be two different things. I really want to say there are two different things, because maybe who paid, if they say they were bribed, who paid them? That's the person we should be looking for.
Okay, so it's all if let me bring it down sort of, but thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Counselor, I beg you, let's just really help ourselves understand what actually you think as a counselor this judge is looking for.
Well, thank you, Stanton. I think the first thing to establish is to depersonalize the issue of jury tampering. This is not the judge's personal matter. It is a matter that has been brought to the judge either by the jurors. I think I'm hearing some jurors came back and alleged that there was jury tampering. So it's not the judge. This is an allegation made by jurors that there was tampering. Now, what is jury tampering? I just want to break it down a bit. Apologies if it sounds a bit intellectual. They are asserting that people try to influence the jury or influence the jury in a certain way during the Samuel Twe trial. That's their allegation. Now, why is that allegation a very serious one? Because the jury is assumed and is supposed to be impartial throughout the proceedings. For there to be due process, the jury has to be impartial. Without any influence, they must examine the facts presented to them and come to a conclusion. These jurors, according to what I've gathered, are asserting that the particular verdict that was brought of acquittal or any other verdicts, because this is jury tampering affecting the whole pool. So it's not just about Samuel Twe. It's about the whole trial as a whole that the jurors were compromised. Now, normally when such an allegation is brought before the judge by law must investigate the allegations. If it's during trial, after the investigation, if the allegation is found to hold water, then these particular jurors could be removed from the trial. They could be sanctioned by the judge. They could be held for criminal prosecution, etc. If it is after the trial, the judge also possesses the right to declare a mistrial. And if the judge goes ahead to declare a mistrial, then it means that there most likely will be the possibility of a new trial, right? So those are the issues at play in terms of what happens next. The investigation could easily come back and find that there was no evidence to support the allegation of jury tampering, in which case the verdict will stand and the matter will have been concluded as it were concluded with the verdict against Twe and the others, and will proceed naturally, as it should proceed with the others that have taken appeal. But if this investigation comes back and says that there's evidence of jury tampering, my opinion is that given that the matter has already been concluded, most likely a mistrial will be declared because the jurors are no longer impaneled. They've been disbanded, all right? So if they can prove that, they will declare a mistrial because the argument would be that the trial wasn't so-called, as we say, free, fair, and transparent.
Let me ask you, Kanyo, again, let's just take our time. Anyone can ask anybody a question, okay? This is very, very important for today. So don't wait for me to ask the question alone. Kanyo has the flow. We can push him and ask the question. But Kanyo, my last question to you though, what actually you think as a lawyer would be so convincing by the court now to call for a retrial, if they will? What are they looking at, if you have any ideas?
Well, thank you. And I'm trying to be as balanced as I can about this particular matter. When Dr. George came, he said, "Oh, can you hear? Because the Unity Party, the other people will have what they have to say."
No, I really want us to be serious. It's not, but Carrie, hold on. Let me set this up, right? Carrie, hold on 1 minute. Carrie, hold on 1 minute. Carrie, I beg you, hold on. Let me set this up. I know we can play fun, but this is a very serious matter about our country. So I hope let's just take the personal attack and address the issue like you are doing. I really do appreciate it. If anybody have questions, just ask your question and let's try to get some answer. So my question again, Councillor, what actually you think would be so convincing for the judge to call for a retrial?
Thank you very much. Ordinarily, when these allegations, like any other allegations, it's just that these allegations of jury tampering are extremely serious because it's a criminal trial, liberties are at stake, and therefore the allegation of jury tampering affects the transparency and the free and fairness of the trial, and therefore it's of serious gravity. Now, you asked a specific question. What would the judge look for? This is about evidential standards or the evidence adduced. It cannot be simply that jurors return and say, "Oh, we think that the jury was tampered with," and the judge goes ahead and finds that there was jury tampering and proceed to the remedial action. It cannot be that. It has to be based on substantive evidence. For example, documentary evidence. Do you have text messages and communications indicating that jurors were being reached out to? Transcript of call logs that can be subpoenaed from a telecommunications company, text messages and records that can be subpoenaed for telecommunications company, receipt of cash that can be traced, between the parties that are concerned. So in other words, this cannot just be on the strength of an allegation or somebody saying, "I think this happened." There has to be incontrovertible, at least in my view, solid scientific evidence that proves that this happened, either via the interaction, through telecommunications, through voice recordings, and the like. And I believe those are things that cannot be manufactured. For example, if you say that there was a communication via text, the court will simply subpoena the records from the telephone company. And those records are there, and the telephone company will give them when the court requires it. It's a court order. They cannot disagree with the court order. If it's a voice recording and somebody recorded it before, that voice recording will have to be played and the authenticity will have to be established as to what transpired at that point. My point, CEO, to come
Thank you. So thank you. Let you, Councillor. Councillor, level you right there, please. Let's give chance to those that may ask you question. Does anyone have question for Councillor Bala? Or we can move to Councillor.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So guys, can we mute ourselves? We are now presenting
Kev, I want to talk to the company.
Yes. So everybody will have chance. So hold on 1 minute, Kev. Mute yourself, Kev. Everybody will take peace at Councillor. Clinton, do you have?
For me, I don't have question for the councillor. I wanted to make my point.
Jacob, wait. We'll get to you. Jacob, just wait. Clinton, you have any question? You want to say anything to what Councillor said before we go around? Just for Councillor Kanyo.
So I don't have a question, but much of what Kanyo said is true. You have to have very solid evidence when it comes to proving jury tampering. It's not enough that the jurors came back and said, "Well, we saw people with phones." That's not enough. It was inappropriate that they shouldn't have phones, but the substantive of those calls, you have to. If there was bribery, can you prove bribery? Because, like I said, it's very, very rare, and it's very hard to find.
So you agree to some point. We'll get your side. We're coming to you next. Let's take question first for Councillor Bala. Emmanuel, what's your question?
Yeah, Councillor Bala, is it a practice or have you have any precedent where the jurors are dismissed, and after 2 weeks after dismissal, that they come up with an allegation?
Well, I think what the focus should be placed on is the allegation. And maybe let me double back a bit so you get the concept. The concept in our jurisdiction is that trials ought to be free, fair, and transparent in order for us to say justice was served. This matter should not be seen just through the prism of Samuel Twe. There were, I think, 3 or 4 other persons who were also tried and got different verdicts as well, emanating from the same $6.2 million case. So it's not just about Samuel Twe. It is the same jury that brought down the verdict against the other 4 persons. So to assert jury tampering could also mean, think about it differently, could also mean that these people who also receive certain verdicts are claiming that those verdicts are not proper verdicts, they're not free, fair, and transparent. So it's around the question of the truthfulness, the fairness of the process. It's not about 2 weeks later. The allegation has been made, right, by these jurors that have come back. It is my understanding that the sentence has not even been handed down yet in the case, and I stand to be corrected because I've not followed it very closely. So the standard there is that there is an allegation of jury tampering that claims that the trial.
I'm concerned that are they not supposed to bring the allegation to light upon time that it took place? Why would they wait for 2 weeks after? Were they also tampered with by other people who are interested in the case? So is there a tampering in a tampering?
Well, again, those are your assertions. And I mean, I know you propagandize, so you'll probably use this as an opportunity to run propaganda. All right. But my point is, if they raise something as grave as that, there are also other people, liberties that are on the line as well, who had verdicts brought against them as well. So the question should be, is there evidence to prove this particular matter? Remember, this allegation can be brought during trial. And if it's brought during trial, then those jurors, if it's proven, will be removed from the jury. They can face criminal sanction themselves. And the matter will be it can be brought after trial. And when it's brought after trial, that's why our jurisprudence provides for the declaration of a mistrial. So
thank you, Kanye. Let's move on. Let them move on, but I think you made something very important, and we'll get back when the guys ask the question. The question people want to know, whether those other folks that were involved, hang jury guilty, whether they the one complaining, saying no, we are not satisfied, bring us back for retrial. But let's get to Fubi. Do you have a question for Kanye though? Yes, no? Kev, your question for Kanye.
Okay. I think, Stanton Kanye, we should move away whether there's tampering or no tampering and this. Let's go to the law. I want you to explain to the people, because what I'm seeing and reading, especially, I know we have our law with the American law, carbon copy. What I'm seeing here that they say if it's a guilty verdict, the rule against double jeopardy, strictly prevent the judge from calling them back, meaning the jury. That's what I'm saying in the law in America, which is a carbon copy. I want you to explain to the people what it means about double jeopardy. Double jeopardy. Can you explain?
Thank you very much. Jeopardy is the principle that seeks to protect a person or persons, as the case may be, for being tried on the same matter when they've been regularly tried and found to be not guilty. Mm-hmm. Now, double jeopardy assumes, and underscore the word, assumes that this is a free and fair trial. Remember, our system is founded on the principle that trials are supposed to be free, fair, and transparent. That's what double jeopardy rests on. Because the argument is that if you take in somebody to court and a jury of their peers, impartial, not compromised, came with a verdict and they found them not guilty, you do not find a frivolous reason or some other nonsensical reason to take them back to court. Jury tampering interferes with the presumption that a trial is free,
But they're
fair,
saying after verdict, what they're saying after a verdict, a non-guilty verdict, the rule double jeopardy prevent them.
Hold on 1 minute. No. Kev, let him finish, then you can come back. Okay? We're going to control this the best way we can. No, Kev. Kev, no. We want to understand this. Let people learn today. Well, go ahead. Can you finish, Kayo? Let's hear you answer his question. Then he can come back.
Thank you very much. In as much as there are human beings, there will always be a multiplicity of opinions, right? I would just give you what my informed opinion is, Kev, and you don't have to accept it. That's my opinion on the matter based on my understanding of the law. There is always a presumption that trials are supposed to be free, fair, and transparent. That's a presumption of our system and most judicial systems across the world, right? So when someone is tried and they are acquitted, it's assumed that there's a huge background noise. I don't know if it's from my side. There was a huge background that kept coming on when I was speaking. I don't know what's from my side. So there is that presumption. Jury tampering interferes with that presumption. And that's why they say a mistrial can be declared. A mistrial can say, look, we had a trial, but because of certain reasons, we have to cancel this and go back to trial. The whole idea of jury tampering, I don't know how to frame it. It strikes at the
I think you answered his double jeopardy question. Let's go back to Kev quickly. Kev, you want to do a follow-up?
Stanton, they're saying after the discharge, after they already disband or discharge a jury, and the non-guilty verdict come in, there is nothing that the judge can do. And that's what the law in America is saying. And I know it's a carbon copy. And I know a lot of lawyers that I spoke to in Liberia. And I know, and Kamala Clinton might go into this. No way you can bring them back. There is no way. It prevents double jeopardy. That's what he's saying. If there was not, if the jury was still in charge, not discharged, yes, you can call them back. But they say after nobody come in, no way you should call them. That's what the law say here. People can research.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Dr. Richardson, hold on 1 minute. Kayo, hold on 1 minute. You got to bring in Acid. Dr. Richardson, go ahead and we'll bring in Acid.
And my question is not necessary to Kanyo. Is anyone who's legal minded and can answer this question. If we should have another trial, they won't be calling, will they be calling the jurors that was in the previous trial, or will this be a new jurors?
You can answer that.
There will be new jurors.
Okay.
It appears that Dr. Richardson is interested in a broader view, so I'm happy to have.
Thank you.
No, I don't want to interrupt your answer from you. That's why.
Thank you very much. Isaac, what's your question, Isaac?
Yeah, thank you. We don't agree that much, but I appreciate your explanation when I was coming. And I want to agree with you. I'm not a legal person. I know nothing but law, unless the small one I did in my business law school, nothing else. So I depend on you guys to help us. If I'm wrong, any of you guys can correct me. But I want to agree with you that the justice system is on the presumption that trials are free and fair. But I want to believe in my little man thinking that presumption of free and fair is within the confines of the law. And that is up to the point before jurors are let go. I would think the reason why the framers did that is the fact that if you were to leave the area of your confinement and went outside, you who have interacted with so many persons that may have influence over you, And that's the reason why they caught it at a point where before you are discharged and let go as a private citizen, when you interact with political figures, you can interact with church figures, you can interact with somebody who had grudge against the other man, so you can come back. But let's give it your argument. And here is my question. Your argument in my mind looks at the moral side and actually not the legal side. Why do I say so? You said we shouldn't actually look at when jurors were left.
Okay, Jalak, do you have a question?
Still, I got no question. I have no question on the matter.
So, okay, so
I don't want any explanation from Kanye.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me bring in Gamada Clinton, who's next in line. Gamada, let's hear you on this thing about Samuel Twain. Yake will be coming up on the show. Once we get to his case, he will come on. Sorry that Asido have internet issue. Let's see if he's back. No. Gamada, what say you now? You're a lawyer.
Am I not making? I'm not speaking.
It's not. We won't get to you yet. Please. We're just trying to pose question to Kanye. You don't have a question. So we'll get to you for you to give your side to the story, please. So let's get to Gamade, then we'll move on. We'll come to you next. Gamade,
so
what's your take on?
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I agree with Kanye about the substantive of the evidence that you will need when it comes to jury tampering. It is not enough for the jurors to come back and say, look, we believe there was tampering. Now, you're talking about jury tampering results into criminal charges. So, yeah, when you're having a hearing on this matter, the standard is going to be beyond reasonable doubt. Standard is going to be a very, very high standard to prove. And there is something I want to make very clear. I think there's a lot of doubt over this. Folks here are right. That is very, very rare to have judges overturn not guilty verdict, but there is one exception to that rule, to the double jeopardy rule, and that is called the no jeopardy rule. And this is by, I don't know, Liberia, this is by, an exception that was carved by the U.S. Supreme Court. And the idea behind that is if a defendant prejudice temporal influence with the jury, and that tempering is so deep that the outcome of the case, 100% who have resulted in a not guilty verdict, then the defendant was not in jeopardy in the first place. And so the remedy then is for a judge to order a new trial. But remember, it has to be that this defendant, in this case, now, we don't know what the jurors are saying in this case. They're saying that people have phones. We don't know all the information on how that people have phones in there. People have, this and that. It will be easier for the folks who have not guilty verdicts to have a retrial than for you to have Samuel Twain go back to trial. To have Samuel Twain go back to trial, to have a retrial Samuel Twain, you have to prove that Samuel Twain particularly influenced the jury. He bribed them, he was in contact with them, and he 100% had the intent to influence. And his influence was so great that the only outcome that we have come to was to have a not guilty verdict. I think that's, I don't know how you're going to prove that. That's highly unlikely from what I said, from at least from what we're hearing these jurors saying right now. I see that as very, very highly unlikely. So it's not impossible, but it's a very, very rare exception. This is very, very, very rare. You have to have enough evidence. And again, you're not going to overturn the trials of everybody. In this case, you got to find who tampered with the juror, and that person is the one who have destroyed their jeopardy.
Do we have a question for Gamada? I think Gamada was very, very clear from my end. I know you have a question you can ask. Governor, what do you think? What do you foresee here? Would there be a retrial?
Again, it's going to depend on how much evidence there is for jury tampering. Like I said, it's going to be easier for the folks who have a not guilty verdict to have a retrial than it is for you to have something to a retrial, just because the burden is going to be very high. But again, it's going to depend. What kind of evidence are we going to find? That these people have phones? Yes, that's impropriety. But where were they seeing on the phone? The kind of outline number of things I believe were very good. You have to have evidence. If you have text messages, where were those text messages saying? Is there voice recording? But me investigating this case as an investigator, as a lawyer, as a judge on this case, there's going to be a lot of questions for me, especially for these jurors who came back 2 weeks later, right? And I think in minor judge, I know Kanye say it sounds political, but here is an important question to ask. Why 2 weeks later? Because the best way to have handled this thing from these jurors, well, while this case was on, was to report this thing. Then you have a mistrial, but you allow this thing to go on. You have a guilty, not guilty. The entire trial is over. You go away for 2 weeks and then you come back. So me as a lawyer sitting across from you and asking a question, investigating this thing, I'm thinking, what happened within the 2 weeks? Why didn't you say something before this case ended? Why did he go back? When you went back, what happened? Who did he talk to? Especially where you have agents of the government who are all over the place who are saying that they want to bring people back and this, but so it's a lot of questions.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Quickly,
I have a question coming in. What do you think is the role of the government or the court who are supervising the sequestered jury? Do they have any role to play in this tampering of the jurors?
They will. I mean, because you can't start going after people for jury tampering without first addressing I don't know if a police officer or sheriff who are taking care of these people without going. If you're going to bring criminal charges, you're talking about all these people who are guarding these people, who have access to them. You got to be slapping criminal charges on everybody, because how did these people get phones? How did they get past? How did people get to them? So there's going to be a lot of criminal charges if you find jury tampering. You just can't leave it at the doorstep of whoever you say called.
Thank you very much. Let's come to Governor. Sorry, Dr. George. You want to say yours as well? Bringing Jacob Jada as they do and the rest.
Yeah, again, it's for both lawyers. Is there and I'm not the one, it's from Leroy Johnson. I think it's a great question you're asking in the chat room. Is there a statute of limitation on reporting jury tampering issue to the court?
The answer to that is I don't know. Again, I don't think specifically it's a legal question. I think there will be within. I don't think 2 weeks is a lot of time, but it's just a question of why did the jurors, allow this trial to go on? When did they become? Because the question is going to be, when did you become aware, of this? Because even the jurors themselves, if I was the judge over there, I'll be thinking about slapping, charges on them. When did they become aware that this impropriety was happening? Why didn't they report? Because they have a duty to report it. Remember, they didn't report it. They allowed this trial to go on, and they went home and came back 2 weeks later. So is there something else that is happening? So I mean, we're
going to look at the political side because
before you go to the other guys to respond to that statute of limitations question very quickly, because I think it's a very important question. Dr. George raised the issue of 2 weeks later. Now, under our practice, all of these actions, there's a period under which you can report them. And that period normally starts tolling after the discovery of the act. Felonies, normally within 5 years, you can commence an action for a felony. Misdemeanors are normally within 2 to 3 years, thereabouts. Jury tampering is criminal. And if jury tampering is attached to a felony, potentially the statute of limitations will be 5 years. And if it is 5 years, it means that as a criminal act that somebody committed, once it is discovered, the court can take seize of the matter if it's brought properly under the court's jurisdiction. So it's important to to put that out there.
Thank you very much. I say going again. So Jacob, let's hear you.
Look, I am not going to waste my precious time with the legal rigmarole. It's of no interest to me at this point. My interest is the fact that we have an issue here, as a country. If we say we want to prosecute people, we want to approach the rule of law, we have to be fair-minded about it, and we have to be serious about it. It is clear evidence that after the trial, after the non-guilty verdict on Mr. Tue, most of the Unity Party people, the outcome of the case didn't sit well with them. And we saw consistent pressure. The chairperson of the Youth League of the Unity Party issued a statement. Many members, ranking members of the Unity Party, piled sufficient pressure, even on the Justice Minister. We even had the Justice Minister hold a press conference under pressure to clarify and reassure the political base that they were pursuing the fight against corruption. So as far as I'm concerned, as a student of history here, we've seen where politics has trumped the law, and we see the outcome of that. I have arrived at the conclusion that this is a heavily political matter. We've seen a blatant political wish on Mr. Tue, and the evidence can be seen with the pressure coming from the Unity Party people, and I'm of the conviction that it has influenced what is happening currently, as far as we know it to be. Now, if you say you want to prosecute people, you want to pursue the law, then the outcome of a judicial process should be welcomed by everybody. It has to be welcome. Otherwise, then why waste our time with taking Mr. Tue to court for 2 years? And I think the government has enough power. They just should have just caught Mr. Tue at the airport and just throw him behind bars. I mean, Taylor did that, Doe did that. Many Liberian presidents have done that. They should just do that once and for all. Rather attempting to fool the public that there is a court case going, a judicial process going on there, and the outcome of the process, you don't want to respect it, and you use all kind of political shortcuts and maneuvering to undermine a free, fair, and transparent process. 3 jurors left. How many political persons didn't go and try to influence and interfere with some of those people? These are all possibilities. So for me, as a politician, I don't want to waste my time and come and enter pretense here as if to say this is a judicial. No, I can see the heavy hand of politics involving this. If you don't see it, that's your business, but I see it. And I think it's dangerous. People who run our country need to understand the danger associated with these kinds of things, because even members of the CDC, political people, if they think the trial and these processes are not free, fair, and transparent, are they going to take political action? Are we going to see marches on the street? Are we going to see this protest because they don't feel that this process is free, fair, and transparent after a member of their party subjected himself to 2 months of legal drama at the judiciary, and then a jury comes out and say, now all of 2 and say, now guilty, and we see political pressure from the Unity Party forcing the Justice Ministry and all these people. I think we need to be very careful. That's why leadership comes in the country. President Boakai needs to step in this matter and ensure that we don't allow people who are angry with Mr. Tue because of the political view from the opposition of the CDC and want to arm towards a fair and free, fair, and judicial process. That's how I want to come at the situation. That's my view on the matter. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Fubi.
Yeah, the first thing I like the passion my man spoke with. Look, we know what I have, man, so you can speak with any kind of passion you want to speak with your business. The issue here.
I've told my
wait. The issue here, I don't care what you do, how you turn it. When people come out with allegations of jury tampering, there is no reason how we should be getting angry. That's the legal process. It's all part of the legal process. Arresting Tue and putting in jail arresting Tue and putting in jail for no reason. That's a draconian process, and nobody should welcome that. But as long as the court processes are being into play, we should all welcome as a Liberian. So they're not about Tue. I've followed this very legal process from different cases. I know for sure that they can tamper with jurors. And that's a fact in Liberia. It's a fact everywhere around the world. So if jurors come out and say they observed something All we need to do is let the court go through the case and like kind of highlight it. There are tangible evidence that they have to produce. So it's not just because they say this happened, so it means they're going to back to it and say, oh, tomorrow retrial and we're going to have a new trial. No, they want to look at the substantive nature of the matters, address them, and if they find there's something reasonable to go for a retrial, then they can reach that conclusion. But we shouldn't be getting angry. And there's a legal process. Everybody should be happy to go through it because that's how you have a fair and decent society, because you have the process working. I don't care whether it's in your favor or not. So all the lawyers, they know that people can tamper with jurors. So we can't sit here because we're on our side, because CDC celebrated 12 victory, so it means that jurors cannot come on and say they were tampered with or they observed something while they were in the process. You know, criminal matter, people have to deal with it the way they have to deal with it. We should use the courthouse because that's the most civilized way to do it. We will not be going on the street hijacking people and locking them in jail. The civilized manner to do it.
Can I ask you a question, Fubi?
Yeah.
Can you help us?
Yeah, I want to ask you.
Let finish. And can you help us? When you say you've been in it and it happened before, can you remind us which case, when they ever call back an acquitted individual for jury tampering, if it happened before? When? Where have it happened in Liberia?
Like you follow, did Jimmy post a reference case of 2004? No, as a bill. But there are a lot of other cases.
I didn't understand you. Fully, I beg you, Chief. Just slow down and help us. Don't send us in the chat room. We are on the showdown. Where can we find it? When did it happen that they call back the acquitted individual in Liberia and say we just observed that the jury was tampered with? Can you answer again?
Like I said, it's a highlight case of 2004, a precedent case of 2004. I can't state it off here, but 2004 is a precedent case of that. But the issue, like the Councilor Vanishama always said, the good lawyer knows the law, and the best lawyer knows the judge or the jurors. You know, that's a practical, a common saying in Liberia.
So, Chief, you said you know, and everybody know. You are not giving us anything that you are part of that you can start tonight. But you say you
no, I'm not going to.
Let's talk one at a time now, Chief. Let's talk one at a time. You cannot point to anything, but you're just saying it because you heard, right?
I'm not going to point out a particular case tonight, like I said, but it's something that is known.
So therefore, since we hear it and the people are listening to us, can you admit that you get Jack to reference to, but just hearsay, correct?
Not hearsay. Not everything I will say is fact. Not hearsay. I know it's a fact. Not hearsay.
But how can it be a fact? Chief Fubi.
Then I guess get him at 5 minutes to go offline and check and come back. They ain't gonna
let's do this, Chief. Find it and come back, then you will talk to us again. I mean, you can stay if you don't want to talk, reference it. I thought this should be something that is in the public library that every student can go and read. People that are doing law, right? But you alone know, you alone have seen it, you alone have heard it, and you're saying you cannot share with us, but you want us to believe that it's a fact. How can that be a fact? It's only your fact.
No, I don't want anybody to believe it. Like I said, I know. Nobody has to believe it, but I know.
Okay, thank you. You know, I accept that. I accept that. We don't have to believe you. Yeah, let's hear you before we go to that to George.
Yeah, you see, Stanton, and that's my fear. I expect someone like Fubi, that his grandfather went through that and was executed falsely. I expect him to be on the side of the law. And you ask you a simple question. Never happened when the verdict and the jury has been discharged. That's the word there. Discharged. They gone. They contaminated already. 2 weeks. And Dr. George said it right. Contaminated already. They're there. They live their lives. Right? They explain to people about the case. Then you call them back for tampering. I expect somebody who actually family been through those things to not allow the country to run down that dark days. It's a troubled time, Stanton. It's a troubled time. It could be me or somebody else tomorrow, other than Samuel Twe. It's a troubled time. Because how can a case already finish? No precedent ever in Liberia history. No precedent. And let me remind people, our justice system in Liberia set up as the same in America. It's a carbon copy. It's the same thing. We get the same system, everything, right? So there is no different. What we're seeing here is what happening there. After Stanton, the keyword, after the jury gone in the public, you cannot call them back. It's impossible. If the jury was still seated without dismissing them, yes, that's what the law say. But after they gone, no, you cannot do that. Then we get people saying that, and I want the two lawyers there, Stanton, to speak clearly and on that. Discharge, gone in the community, contaminated. How can you call them back? Where you get it? So let's say, for example, Mr. John was sitting there, he gone. Then the government go and meet Mr. John and say, my man, let me give you small thing. This, go say, I was tampered with. That's why they can't do that. And that's why the double jeopardy comes in. You can try it twice. You cannot. So I think it's the worst time in post-war. In post-war, this is the worst I've seen Liberia in post-war. This is the worst I've seen Liberia. After we try to build that fabric, that rule of law, that's the only thing we get. That's the only thing that separates us from us and going back to the dark days. And this government breaking it down. And I disagree with you, Jacob. It's the president. Don't say the president should.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me bring Dr. George. We'll come to you next. Let's hear Dr. George. Dr. George, please. Let's hear you. I know you asked questions, but you're not.
One thing I wouldn't do tonight is to join the bandwagon of condemning and criticizing the judiciary system, even though we know it's challenged. During the last administration, the first marriage in history to take place between the Unity Party and the CDC was when my political leader, Alexander B. Cummings, was taken to court for this thing, what they call fingery document case. So it was a judicial system, and evidence we had that made us to stand tall. That was a marriage to cripple us at that time. And we have seen on this government, the judicial system being used, and the judicial system have come up over it. But it doesn't stop us from asking serious questions. And that's the question I have. When these jurors notice that tampering was taking place, I'm still confused why they didn't bring it to the attention of the judge at that point in time. What were the reason of waiting to go into the community for 2 weeks? Within those 2 weeks, we saw several things taking place. First, it was alleged and written by one of the journalists that affiliates with Spoon, that the Supreme Court was taking up this matter. The Supreme Court came and they said that they were not taking up the matter, and my dear Frank Canio came on the show to vehemently disprove that. So it started with a rumor, and then all of a sudden it have reached down to the criminal code, and that's why we find I'm finding it very, very interesting. After 2 weeks, and then the pattern after those 2 weeks, they are very interesting patterns. So yeah, in as much as I'm not going to condemn the judicial system or come and bandwagon of lambasting them, there's a lot of questions to be asked with this situation and the way it has been handled so far. I know someone want to say that we should not take it to be political, but I think when Mr. Cummings had his first major interview here on Spoon Network, one of the lessons we learned with that marriage that took place that had us in court during the 2023, the last election cycle, was that most of these cases, when it comes to political actors, are more political than judiciary.
And let me know, interrupt you because we now move towards the political aspect of the case, right? And then we will actually something. So let's just squeeze in everybody. Let me say my own. Then we'll talk about the political side. So I know exactly, and again, I speak to a lot of people, and thank God for that. I want to remind all Liberians, when Senator won the case, we said on the show exactly that this was going to happen. When Senator won the case, there's a lady called Sia. I think that her name is all on social media. People believe then that she affiliated with CDC. And you can follow that story. That she affiliated with CDC, so therefore, she was on undercover sedation, supporting Samuel Twe. These are allegations that are out there. So when people begin to dig deeper, other people came along, that certain group of people with amongst the juror supported the decision and voted not to hold Samuel Twe responsible and hold him on those allegations, and he was acquitted. Now, we just thought that it was just rumors, like you said, Emmanuel George. But apparently the Justice Ministry took upon themselves and did a preliminary investigation, by calling others. Yes, but the embarrassing thing is that you must understand that when these guys are under the supervision of the court, I like what someone said, the security, the police, the sheriff, somebody were involved. Let's say this. 3 of those individuals that say Samuel Twe was guilty, they are now complaining. But what we leave with Liberians before, Councillor, can you elevate your heart? You are going below, Councillor Panyo Babala. So let's try to understand what is happening here. Even if it is true, I think it is the right of the justice system to investigate, the court to investigate. So if the court investigates, the court must find something. But if there's nothing, then you call it as it is. But let's play the politics. After both sides agree, and I said we'll come to you and go to that, Richardson. After the Unity Party said they won, and they were celebrating that 2 out of the 5, some of them said 3 out of the 5, they won. Justice prevailed, right? CDC said they won because Samuel Twe, you were fully acquitted on all charges. What happened? So is the prosecutor led by Fire, the SV, is he mad? Or Arthur Johnson, the legal representative on Samuel Twe team, is he mad? If you ask both of them, they would tell you, say, no, none of us complain. And so I want us to then, who pushing who? Is the sedition pushing the fellow sedition that serve as jury to go and complain? Or Unity Party pushing Unity Party to go and complain? And that's the question Arthur Johnson is asking. Dr. George, who pushing who? These guys then went home. Who did they talk to? And I will rest here though. And Clinton, you know this. In the Fonati Kofa case, after it was suspected that somebody was tampering with somebody, and Fubi, you got to understand this. The prosecutor ran to the judge and said, no, you got to let these people go. A lot of fingering is happening, a lot of phone calls happening. Right, Clinton? And the judge said, yeah, let this bar them, and then let them go today. We still waiting on God's time for them to start a new trial. So let's put the politics into A. Having said all of that, man, leave the legal thing that would be discussed later. Do you think this is just plain witch hunt, just because they want Samuel 12?
Well, Stanton, thank you. It's not about what I think. It's about the fact that it's a witch hunt. It is not about what I think. But Stanton, please, before I quickly go to this, it is important we put logic out for our people to look into it. You know, the current bank government problem. So I didn't get the chance to ask any questions. So it wouldn't be the question then. Let me just pass on it quickly and go to this one. Like to my brother Kanyo, his argument earlier on that we should not look at the timing if they were let go, if they were discharged, but let's look at the allegation. Then it brought me to wonder, okay, well, if the issue of the allegation is the only thing that is important, I served as juror in 2009. If somebody were to come now and complain, say there was juror tampering from 2009, they would come and call me back to go back and investigate. Because if timing is not important, if the issue of allegation is the only one we look at, 2009 up to now, they can't call me back, say, go, timeline important, allegation is there. I don't think so. I think the Freemans that put the Constitution together, the laws together, got good sense. They were so wise. That's why they say, you know what? Let's not make these people go out, interact with all of these politicians, get money from some people, make fuss with some people, then they come back to make up story. Let's go to the politics of it. The truth of the matter is that stand up. It's always wrong. You went to a trial for 4 good months. In total, more than 2 years.
Isaac, I did not say timing does not matter. I think you either misunderstood me.
Yeah.
Or
okay, now let me just
end.
end. You clarify, I beg you. Let me just end. I was just listening to what you say and go back and listen to yourself. So, again, as I was saying, Stanton, the case is done. The argument that someone is a sedition, so they favor Samuel 12 is just something to say a stupid argument. Everyone in this country that is legal to vote like everyone that was juror, they voted. They voted someone. So are you saying you will go bring Chinese to come and be juror? Or you will bring Heavenly Father and the angels to come and be jurors? There will be people that voted for someone. As a matter of fact, the lady you talk about supported President Boyka in 2023. The records are over there. It's a lady who have gone from party to party. I don't think that is the basis by which people who go and render judgment. They had evidence before them. They look at the evidence and they render judgment. The United Party cannot just control their losing self. They are so pink that they're looking for everything, anything to come and base on. Now you are taking people to be seditious and not sedition. Well, the next time we beg the United Party, please go to Taiwan, bring some citizens from Taiwan and make them jurors. Because the people you will put there, they dare vote for someone. Who do you expect to be jurors? Unjust? But what?
Please. Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, let's bring you in. Dr. Richardson, the politics of this is we will come to you, Kayo, we'll come to you. Hold your clarifications, sir. Dr. Richardson, we are talking about this. It's all based on politics from my view. I respect Councilor Kayo. I respect Councilor Clinton here, right? And I respect everybody's views. But let's just get to it, though. It smelled like a pig. It looked like a pig. Quacking like a pig. It's a pig. It's like the Samuel 12 case. It smelled like a witch hunt. If Samuel 12 today were guilty, nobody was going to come out and tell you, say, jury tampering. I double dare you. If Samuel 12 was the only guilty man, nobody was going to talk about jury tampering. And just listen, people can get vexed, but I gotta be real here, my people. It smelled like witch hunt. It sounded like witch hunt. It looked like witch hunt. And it's I'm a Christian, I'm not going to go there, so I will keep it clean. And it's so damn, oh no, I said I will keep it clean. And it's a damn witch hunt, to tell you the truth. So make up, but the Bible can call damn, right? Damn, right? I think that's D-A-M-N, I think so. I don't know that part about the Bible. But it's a damn witch hunt. You got to understand where we're coming from here. Put this in reverse. If Summer 12, like people say today, we're going to be on the guilty chopping block. And even you got 3 of the jury coming up and say, people are using cell phone, we saw them. The Unity Party people are going to say, go sit down somewhere. You told it again with Ted Gregory to kind of arrest you. I don't know people get angry with me. Can we find something else on Summer 12 and pass this one and go on? But for us to call this one back, every Liberian should understand we are treading a very terrible ground, a terrible precedent, that it will come back tomorrow when you find this person guilty, that would say 2 or the other jurors say they disagree, then what will happen? Because all you need one to say, yeah, I saw Clinton on cell phone, you were talking to Stanton. So call for retrial, call for mistrial. This is, in my view, I'm sorry to say, from my position, a complete witch hunt and Unity Party, not anybody else. They should let go. That's what Richard said. I said my own people here would disagree with me. They said the law must be the law, but we are not talking about the law now. We are talking about politics here. And this is hurting. This will harm Unity Party. It will not bring them together. It will destroy them. What is on the street is that people saying we are tired of this kind of witch hunt. Tomorrow, Cemetery are going to asset recovery. Yeah, what asset recovery and Cemetery will talk tomorrow. Let's move on. You're going to spend another almost $1 million on retrial. You're going to bring another 15 individuals. Among that 15 individuals, you get 2 ANC members. Maybe you'll get no CMC because you get nobody in Liberia. You'll be having 5 CDC. Oh, I've said CMC, I'm sorry. You'll be having 5 CDC. You'll be having 6 Unity Party. You'll get some people from other people. There will be mix of individuals. They will vote according to party, not with the conscience, not about what the law said. And everybody will ask for the jury trial because somebody in there will say, I belong to CMC. And if you bring Musa Belete, he's not guilty. Then say what? That Richard said, let's talk, man. This is an embarrassment. Let's talk.
Stanton, it is concerning. This is a very concerning time in our country, especially I can see where you're coming from to say that this trial looks like witch hunt, is quacking like a duck. If it quacks like a duck, it sounds like a duck, it looks like a duck, it's a duck. So it's a witch hunt. And it's a lazy argument to use jury tampering, something that we should be, at least I would think that Joseph Buckeye's government will be focusing on after all of the different problems we have had with the justice system in terms of juries, that they'll be focusing on fixing this problem. I said educating the jury, going outside of Monrovia to find jurors, to find jurors, telling them about the civic responsibility, being patriotic. Those are the things that I would think that we'll be focusing on. But yet and still, we are focusing on making sure that Samuel Toure is captured in a way that we score political points. I mean, there's what makes this argument so lazy, that makes this approach in terms of jury tampering, although great democratically and constitutionally, what makes it bad is that there's so many other things that if we really want to catch Samuel Toure, we can take him to court on. You just said he's not going to be going to court to see Arab tomorrow. Okay, he has the whole issue of the Commerce Department on his head. So we need to work on our justice system if we want to make sure that people be held accountable for their action. We need to train lawyers. We need to do forensic edits. We need to do lifestyle audits. We need to do so many things with the jury system. Be ready so that when somebody comes to court, we shouldn't have a haphazard approach to the jury system, and then we run back and say, "Oh, this person is not guilty," and there's jury tampering. It should not be that way, in my view. So, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Councillor Kanyo.
Well, thank you, Stanton. I think firstly, I would very quickly like to dispatch and dismiss my brother Isaac Doe's misunderstanding. I don't know whether it's deliberate or not, of the statement I made that timing does not matter. I was clearly responding to a question around the statute of limitations regarding bringing a criminal matter, in this case, an allegation of jury tampering. And as I indicated, for those who don't understand, statute of limitation is basically saying if a crime has been committed, how long can it take before the state has the right to pick up that crime and prosecute, or the state will be barred from prosecuting after a certain period of time? That is the question that was asked around statute of limitation. And it was also raised by Dr. George, who talked about 2 weeks later, why is a crime being reported now and whether timing matters. And my response was that under our jurisprudence, crimes around statute of limitation are classified based on felony for 5 years, misdemeanor normally around 3 years, and so forth and so on. And therefore, if jury tampering is associated with the commission of a felony, statute of limitations will normally fall within that 5 years. That's what I said. I did not say that timing does not matter. I hope it is very clear, and I'm not being deliberately misinterpreted here for any other reasons. Beyond that, I think all of us have established on this platform that the truth is important, that fairness is important. And as I indicated in the beginning, the very foundation of our jurisprudence and our court system rests on the presumption that trials are supposed to be free, fair, and transparent. If these jurors are asserting that there was some malfeasance or interference, then it cannot just be them saying that. It has to be backed by solid evidence. Even the judge, for the judge to find out there was jury tampering, he will want to see some very solid evidence in that regard. So I think the call across the board is that we hope that this is not some scheme that is unbacked by evidence. I think that is what we should be going for. I'm not going to politicize it to say it's either for this side or that side. What I'm going to say is that it is the same court that have handed rulings before. Some people clapped, other people cried. Now the court hands another ruling, it takes another decision. Other people are going to cry, others are going to clap. That's the nature of the court system. The day it is for you, people will clap. The day it is against you, people will say the worst about the court. But we must respect the court. So let's just, be of the disposition that whatever issues that are brought before the court should be backed by evidence. If it's not backed by evidence, kick it out and let somebody walk free. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. It's good to hear you. Clinton?
Yeah, so I want before I go into talking, I want to ask Kanyo if maybe he has the information. Do you know what authority the judge is relying on to order this investigation after the jury has been discharged?
When you say authority, what do you mean? You mean the law citation?
What law gives the judge the authority to investigate jury tampering after the jury has been discharged?
I can find the specific citations and share with you because I can't repeat it verbatim offhand, but it is provided for under our jurisprudence that the judge can investigate and should investigate, as a matter of fact, when there are allegations of jury tampering. Is provided for.
All right. So the reason I asked that question is because in my experience in what I've read and seen over time, jury tampering, the judge gets involved with jury tampering when the case is ongoing and a juror comes out and make allegation of jury tampering, then the judge is involved because the case is on the direction of the judge at that point. So at that point, the judge can investigate, ask questions, and declare a mistrial and refer it, because the judges cannot, impose criminal penalties. They can sanction, but they can refer the matter to law enforcement then to press criminal charges. In this case, what I'm finding very interesting is the case is over. The jurors are gone home, and now we have the judiciary investigating. And I think the way it should work is, it is the county attorney's office who prosecuted this case, or law enforcement who should be doing the investigating, and they should be deciding to be making that decision to bring charges. Now, again, I don't, even in the criminal procedural law, the 22.1 that people have been citing, that provision of the law gives the defendant the right. If the evidence of jury tampering has been proven, the defendant can now file the motion for a new trial. I don't see anywhere it says that the prosecutors can do that. So even if this was to be investigated by the county attorney and find they were jury tampering, he can slap those jurors with criminal charges. But I don't even see how they can bring this back. Maybe they can go and make an act. I don't know, because I still can't find the law that even.
Okay, but hold on 1 minute though, Clinton. You raised some serious issue that we discussed this morning. A lot of folks in Liberia, and I think Councilor Bala was quite honest in answering you the way he answered you, right? Because the similar answer came up this morning when we were discussing this issue. So Clinton, the work is done. Yeah. These people left. They went home. Is that the Justice Ministry calling them back?
And that's the confusion, because the judiciary,
the judge had authority that once the case is done, knock the gavel and release them. On what authority now he's calling them back? Is he calling them back means that he's reopening the case? I mean, it's just so confusing, though. I mean, because somebody, maybe Councilor Fubi will help us, because he said he has seen this before, right? Even Councilor Kayo saying he's been very, very careful in answering that question. So the Liberian people need to understand, the George Afaya, what his name is. So who actually... Fekar, sorry, I'm not going to call his name before I say something bad on his name, right? He's a George. He will hold me in contempt. So let me leave that name alone. I will say the George. Because if you follow that Fiaka Fire, you will call something else, right? But so Clinton, though, before Dr. George come in, it's very, very important. Did this SG, the Solicitor General, complain? Can one thing maybe? Did he question them? So guys, it's gonna open.
But that's my confusion, right? Because the jury and the jury has been disbanded, so they go home. Their job is done. So how? Because right now, what's left is sentencing. The verdict has been entered by the jury. What's left is sentencing. So how? What authority is the judge using now to call? if that's an argument, but because once you disband the jury disbanded, they're gone. The job is done. So you can't call them.
Well, is it Batman Shanghai? Is this the Batman Shanghai calling the shot? Yeah, maybe it's the Batman Shanghai, the SG. Is he calling them back to say, listen, we heard this gossip, we heard this rumors. Let's talk to these people.
Investigating, not the judge.
So what is the role of the SG? Yeah, to call them back. Have you spoken to them? But let's go to Arthur Johnson. Let's go to Arthur Johnson's statement. I mean, what he said today, and we'll go to the rest of the guys. Let's listen to what the exception Arthur Johnson said. You know what? I think let's listen to Arthur Johnson briefly.
Once the judge or the court had disbanded the jury, the court has no jurisdiction again over the jurors. That's one. Two,
so let's pause right there. Dr. George, that's Arthur Johnson, though. He said They said, can you know this? And Clinton know this, and all the lawyers know this. If that is true, then we'll call the people back. It's Arthur Johnson, right? Emmanuel? We'll play the rest of Arthur Johnson tonight.
Yeah, Standard, I know one of our dear lawyer on this show doesn't let us to make this comment, but I would like to make it. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to be one, even though I have a lot of lawyers in my family. But you see, it's a core issue that have been raised, and Gamondere has been raising this issue since day one of this case. So this is not his first time raising it. If the jurors are disbanded, what authority the judge have to record them on our jurisdiction? So hopefully we can invite a lawyer to discuss this. But one thing I know again.
But the lawyer just answer you. Arthur Johnson just answer you.
Yeah, that's exactly. But one thing I know for sure is that the Unity Party government have always used the court system, even though they get defeated over and over. But they are they're like those picking in the community that like giving the people that. So even though they get defeated in the court system, they always use the court system against their opponent. I remember when we were in the CPP, the Unity Party-led government, the Unity Party and the cohorts came up with this fingering document. It was the first time in the history of Liberian political system in the last 20 years that the CDC and the Unity Party married to take us to court. They were defeated in that. So they have a history of always trying to take the political opponent to the court system. And the history is also behind them, and they always lose the case. But again, as I said, they are not picking in the community. They're always running behind and be better than. Be crying behind you. Even you beating them, they stay crying behind you in the community. You know them. And that's how the Unity Party behave. So yes, this is a political witch hunt. Let me say it, so we'll discuss it politics. This is a political witch hunt, and that is why my brother Kanyo King quickly on the show tonight because we're discussing the thing tonight.
No, but to tell you the truth, Kanyo, to my amazement, Kanyo been very, very fair with his discussion. I think it's only because he knows how you call it. He knows exactly what he's talking about. To my amazement, I should give that to him. He will mess up during the show. Let me finish this. I know, but let me finish. Let me complete Arthur Johnson.
Because there's an impression that's being created here. It needs to be corrected. Very quickly on the law issue. I hold your phone quickly, CEO. Gamondere and others continue to ask, under what authority does the court act to investigate this matter? And I'm surprised that Gamondere will ask such a question because he's a lawyer and he should know the judicial power is vested in the court system, the Supreme Court, and all subordinate courts. And if Gamondere does not know, what is the judicial power? It is to try people. It is to ensure the integrity of the process. It is to investigate malfeasance that affect confidence in the justice system and all other matters under the court. It's in the Constitution. Article 65 is clear. It lays it out. It's in the criminal procedure statute. It's clear. It's laid out. How can one ask under what authority the court initiates an investigation on jury tampering that affects the integrity of the court? I don't think that is the question we should be asking.
Let me ask you a question, Councillor. Who's doing the investigation? The judge?
The court is doing the investigation. Because the judicial
let me ask you a question.
Hold on 1 minute, Clinton. Clinton, where you're coming, Councillor. Just, I bet you just calm down. Because I got Councillor Clinton, 1 minute. Sorry, Councillor Kanyo. I got lawyers saying, you are wrong because what you are citing, and they were going to join us on Sunday, by the way, on this issue. So they are listening to you, Councillor Clinton. Kanyo. The fact remains is that who are investigating them? How can the court investigate them, though? You said the court is investigating, yes.
Now, again, let me say what I was responding to. Folks continue to ask, what power has the court to conduct this investigation? I'm saying the power of the court, it is enshrined Article 65 of the Constitution. That judicial power is in the Supreme Court, is in all subordinate courts. That power requires the court to try cases, to investigate interference with its mandate,
cases that are brought to them, right? Cases that are brought, cases that are brought to them, correct?
Yes, cases that are brought to them, allegations that are brought to them, but particularly in preserving the integrity of the court. Jury tampering affects the integrity of the court, the integrity of the process, and the court has the right to investigate.
Okay, I will give you over. We got to go. I'll give you over to Clinton. Clinton, go ahead.
So my thing is, I don't think the argument is really whether the court can investigate. The court has authority, like you said, to look into, you know, the court has
authority. You are wondering what authority.
I asked the question. I said, what authority did the court have to call back the jurors for the investigation? Now it's two different things. The court can invest because, hold on one second, can you let's not run here. What happens if the court found there was jury tampering? What if the court does an investigation? What can the court do? We're not hearing you.
You want me to open procedural class here?
Because
you keep
when the court investigates,
we gotta move on, guys.
Let me give you the
Kanyo, let me pause you for a minute, Kanyo. I will make your closing point on this, Clinton. We gotta move on, please.
But he asked me a lot of questions.
You're coming. You're coming. Hold on.
So the court, for its own purposes, can do whatever investigation to go. The court is not a prosecuting arm of government. The court adjudicates. It is not for the court to investigate a criminal matter that is outside the jurisdiction of the court. At this point, that matter is outside the jurisdiction of the court because the jury has been disbanded. Look, research it. Once the jury's trial is over, and if there is an investigation, is usually the prosecutor's office doing it or law enforcement doing it. It's not a court because the jury at this point is disbanded. If the trial was ongoing and the judge were presiding and there is evidence of jury tampering, at that point, the judge have the authority to take a decision. But once he disbanded the jury, they are no longer under his authority. That becomes a law enforcement problem. And
that's why we are asking the question.
Like I said, I don't even see how the government is going to bring this case back because there is no authority in the law under the criminal procedure law for them to bring it. The motion for new trial is independent.
And we got to move on. Let me play this. We got to bring in our friend. Welcome to the show, Wilfred Bangura. Bring in Kev Hassan and Chief Fubi Harris. Yeah, but let's listen to Arthur Jones. He makes some convincing argument here that I want us to listen to because, you know, this is getting bad every day as to the way forward of our country. We spent 9 months, if any of you can remember, running beyond Austin case, fire case at the Capitol building. 9 months to a year. What's the status of that case? Okay. What's the status right now of that case? 3 years we're going on. What's the status? The case that took the country time, the whole time. What's the status?
They're just hanging in there. But Stanton, let me make one point quick, Stanton.
Yeah, quickly.
Yeah. Kind of keeps saying, you know, the judge can and actually, you know, investigate the case of jury tampering, which I know is a criminal case, if that. But the key word we should look at when the jury is discharged, it's no more inexistent. They gone back. That's the key word. Not just the tampering. The jury gone. They're not existent anymore. And secondly, again, Governor, I don't know if it's a common practice that the judge will lock the jury in a room. All 50 of them. Because there were 12 that seated and 3 were on waiting list just in case. 15 of them. Lock them in a room and ask them questions. It is common. Because that's what happened today. They went in the room, they went there, they locked them in the room, the judge. Then what did they told the defendant lawyers to stay out. Everybody stay out. Just the judge interrogating them. Is that come on?
It's not. It's not. Because look, you have to understand that once the jury, and there's an interesting U.S. Supreme Court case, and even in that case, it was the Supreme Court refused to extend that to criminal cases, only civil cases, and it's a matter of timing. The issue is if the judge is going to, it's very rarely used. If the judge is going to record the jury, where has the jury left the building? Were they still when he dismissed them? Were they still in the locked room? Did they leave the court building? And the Supreme Court said that's possible, but not for criminal cases, because you have to understand once the jurors leave that building, they are contaminated, right? They start to interact with people that could be influenced. So you can't then call them back now to say, now we got to talk about, and Dr. George raised an important point at the beginning of the show. We are talking about jury tampering, but could this tampering have been done to the 3 jurors that are raising this issue? This guy's been gone for 2 weeks. You have very powerful government officials over there, outside there, who want this thing, want Samuel to be retried, or by all means. They could be dashing money. They could be asking them to manufacture all kinds of evidence. That's what this.
But you see, thank you, Clinton. And we got to bring the other guys in. That's exactly what people are thinking. The guys that went home, who did they meet? Who took them out for lunch?
Exactly.
Who influenced them to say, yeah, indeed, we are hearing this, what you think? Who called them back? So if we check cell phone, let's check the cell phone from the day of, and let's take it back. Our friend and brother Mami said they get geospatial evidence. So maybe we'll find some of those things. You know, they have geospatial network in the country. This is an embarrassment. In a way, which way you put it, this is an embarrassment. Fubi State searching to find out one case that he can tell us about. He can't find it. This is a total embarrassment.
But still, though, that's the question I asked you. What authority now with this judge? Is still the case? If he finds jury tampering, is he going to say he doesn't have the authority to
I want to say something, but my mom said, my past said I shouldn't say this. Somebody went fishing, right? Somebody in the government went fishing. When they heard these rumors on social media, they went fishing and they said, we got an information that somebody was among those group of people called jurors, and they went about to search. Let me say this. Fubi said this thing been happening before. Fubi been there, he know that. He got no evidence though, but he heard. This is an embarrassment. The Justice Ministry should have won the case and call this thing a day. They didn't win. Let them get up, go to bed, and try again on another case. This whole thing, that embarrassment, an embarrassment to Joseph Yima Baka, an embarrassment to his government. We had the Funati Kofa case stay hanging in limbo. They said nonsense, but they didn't trust the jury. How many people you bring together, you will not get Sedition and Unity Party is that in Liberia? So you want all the jury members to be Unity Party members? Is that what you want? So all 15 or 12 of them will be Unity Party loyalists? You will have misbreed. You will have 2 people. I will reduce it to 1 from ANC because they get 1%. You have the rest from people that get percentage. So don't look at the country and say, oh my God, yes, we got to go after Senator again. Tomorrow, Senator is he appearing tomorrow. The only people that filed a request and say maybe they ain't ready to appear yet. I think this is the letter, right? We get this other document. It was written to Councilor Martin and thank God that Arthur Johnson people sent it to us. They wrote and called for excuse on Mawani Diggs. Yes, the letter, yeah. They're saying that Mawani Diggs, she couldn't make it today. So they're begging for reschedule and they will reschedule her. That's the letter. You know, for the 21st, 2026 at 10 a.m. We got Arthur Johnson on basic today. So he wrote an excuse. And thanks to Arthur Johnson for sending us this letter. I know he will get very with me and say he didn't send it, but I business. Yeah, I just put that on him. That he's one of my sources. Thanks to Arthur Johnson for sending us this letter. The man will say he will charge me for Libya. I know what they call Libya. maybe that a bandit name. But anyway, let me tell you something. It's very important for us to note, right? The court is Samuel. He going there tomorrow. Trust me. We can find so many things on this 6 years finance minister. Let them won't go. We lost. He won. Call it a day.
I will make we stand up. I thought you left the rescue mission.
And now you put me there before you say I left it. Bangura, now you put me inside before you say I left it. You know how we got here? When you're crossing, you're also trying to remain.
Thank you very much. And many thanks to the.
That's a good one, though, Kanyo.
Can I just proceed now? Stella, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I kept quiet because you say you won't proceed. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thankfully, we have two lawyers here. Good evening from my end. We have two lawyers here. So I will ask two questions. I do not profess to have legal background. I'm a layman in this field. I'm inclined that this field, this case is highly political because the actors are politicians and they work in a political system. So no one can divorce politics from it, as well as emotionalism and sentimentalism. So all of these are going to be in the mix of it all. But one has to be very keen to keep your head up and look at the legal issues. So I have two questions I would like to ask the two legal people here on the show before I make my final comments. The first question is that at what point is a case declared officially closed? Is it after the verdict or after the sentence? At what point? And the second question is that don't we have evidence or stare decisis or precedence cases wherein judges have ordered retrials after juror tampering have been proven? Don't we have those kinds of cases? The third one might be hypothetical or rhetorical, but it has to do with clearly, is this a sort of uncharted territory? Are we faced with a very new legal challenge when it comes to the period after jurors or jury have been disbanded, and then later on, like a week or two later, then we get new information about tampering, and then the case has to reopen. Is this strange? Is this new? So those are my two initial comments and questions. So either of you can go, either Kanyo or Councillor Clinton. Thank you.
Splendid question, yo.
Let me go first. It seems like Clinton doesn't want to respond because he knows that this answer may actually hang him in terms of the points he was making earlier. So he's taking his own time.
No. I'm sorry. I was reading a little bit. I will hear your response.
Yeah, keep reading. Let me respond to the matter at hand. When is the case officially closed, right?
Yeah.
Now, there are two ways to look at it. The first way is to examine it from the trial court perspective, meaning the lower court. If we take the Samuel 12, for lack of a better description, 6.2 million and others case, right? The case is considered closed at the trial court level when a verdict has been entered, a judgment is entered, and sentencing has occurred. Those three areas, right? You have the verdict returned by the jury, judgment is entered on the records, and sentencing is held. Case is closed at the trial court level. But typically, because the right of appeal tends to exist, depending on which side of the aisle you find yourself, it doesn't mean that the case is actually closed. Those who are dissatisfied can appeal and the case can still continue. But if we are looking at it strictly from the trial court level, sentencing is when the case is officially closed. And I think you can proceed now.
All right, but let me respond.
Are you still reading? You want to come in now?
No, I can come because I was trying to follow the question. Right, but can you?
Have you read sufficiently?
Yes, there's two things. There's two ways you're talking, So what can you just explain if there is a guilty verdict? If there is a guilty verdict, that's when the case is concluded. If at the time of sentencing, right? And then, obviously, even though the case is closed, at the trial level, there can still be an appeal. Now, The case is concluded. If you have a not guilty verdict, the case is concluded when the jury passes that verdict or the prosecutor drops a case. So it's not one way a case concludes. So if you have a not guilty, so for the folks who have a not guilty verdict, this case is still on until the judge passes their sentences. For the case, for people like Tuer, the case is concluded. It's over. You have a not guilty verdict. There's nothing else left.
All right, we got to move on, guys. So we're going to bring in Chief Fubi Harris, and Kev Hassan will take us home. We got to go to the Yeke case. The Yeke case is very important for us to discuss today, and then we'll talk about others, other matters. Fubi? Okay, Kev, you want to go? Fubi having technical problem.
Yeah. Stanton, and like I said earlier on when I asked that question, I don't know if Kanyo heard me. And I don't know, because I don't think I'm gonna and talk about it, because I want to know if this is common for the judge to put all 15 jurors in a room in his chambers and lock them and interrogate them. If that is common. And I asked some other legal minds. It was strange. It was strange. So that tells me that the government is trying to manipulate this, because they say that summits where they want. But mind you, Stanton, the justice minister went on air and bragged and said the government won the case and the justice system work. And the case is over. The justice minister. So how come the government, who they claim won the case, coming back to say there's a jury tampering? What that tells me is a witch hunt. And also, because they look at the case of the rice issue, the $10 million issue, they knew there's nothing there. They went back to this case, Stanton, because they look at it. They get a feel of it. And that's why they're just calling for questioning. Because they saw all the document. They did a background. They say, oh, there is nothing here. So let's go back to this case. So if people say it's not a witch hunt, it is. So when you put a lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. It's still a pig. There's a lot of pig in this government. A lot of pig with a lipstick on it. So
Thank you, Kev. Thank you. Who are some of the pigs?
Oh, from the president come down, they all are pigs.
Yes.
They all are pigs.
Let me play this.
You know what, BD? Once the judge or the court had disbanded the jury, the court has no jurisdiction again over the jurors. That's one. Two, assuming without admitting that at the time the jury was returned and the jury verdict was returned and there was no, there was a reading of the verdict and no one had asked for them to be disbanded. They had not yet been disbanded. The court had not taken a decision. If there was a complaint by any of the jurors or any of the lawyers from the both sides to say we have issues with the verdict and that there is an allegation of jury misconduct or jury tampering, the judge will never disband the jury. The law said the judge will not disband the jury since they are still under his jurisdiction. Since they are still under his jurisdiction, what the judge will do, he will put hold to the reading, let's say the recording of the verdict, and authorize an immediate investigation into the allegation of jury tampering because the jurors are still under his jurisdiction. But that is not the case in the Samuel Tuer's issue. That is a legal issue we're talking about. This is a constitutional issue. In this case, no one complained. After the juror had read the verdict, they have read the verdict. After the verdict was recorded, the parties agreed They asked the juror, is this your verdict? They agree that this is our verdict. No juror at that time raised any issue. And so when the court disbanded the jury, that court, by law, has no authority. Because when you disband the jury, it means there are no more jurors. They have retired into their private lives. So you have no jurisdiction over them to call them, especially so these are jurors that were serving for the what? The February term of court. Now we're talking about the May term of court. You have no jurisdiction because the summaring of jurors is by law, is by term of court. No judge can just easily do that.
Well, I'll play another one. We gotta move on, but I think Arthur Johnson laid this thing out seriously. Let me play this quickly. Arthur Johnson, part 2.
In our view, these are the issues we have. One, jurisdiction. We want to tell the Liberian people and the world that the judge has no jurisdiction to conduct the investigation. One, because the term had ended. Two, he had disbanded the jury. The jurors are citizens now. And three, you cannot conduct an investigation that you say, I and my clients, all of our colleagues, everybody are subjects of the investigation, but they cannot be in the investigation. To know what is the complaint, to read the content of the complaint, and you say you just proceed, you can't give it to us. So today what we did, we wrote and told him that he must refuse jurisdiction because he is proceeding in violation of the Constitution, especially due process under Article 20A of the Constitution of Liberia. So the judge did not do anything on that, and he had decided to continue. He been in closed doors since today. No lawyer there. Anybody, wherever is being said, whether somebody is being accused, that person has no authority and no right to face their accuser or so on. Assuming now we've had a meeting. And so it was one TV, I think maybe TV or 4 before he got through with the juror, and it will be continuing. That's one. Two, the law in this jurisdiction and have been practiced and that we copy from other countries is that when the jury have been disbanded and they have been sent into their private life as citizens, you have no authority to just summon them to question them about what happened when you have disbanded. Especially when there was no complaint at the time they were not disbanded. If the time they were not disbanded and that complaint was there, then the judge has jurisdiction. But if prior to the disbandment there was no complaint, you disbanded them, and after 1 week, 1 to 2 weeks, and before and 3 of the jurors that voted against our client come out and say there was jury misconduct, and then you send for them and send for all of the parties, you have no jurisdiction. That's the law. This is not personal. First, so for this reason, we have gone to the Honorable the Supreme Court on the petition of writ of prohibition to prohibit the conduct of the judge.
Wow. So then the Supreme Court put a stay order. We got a stay order, and they will be going there. I mean, this is very, very interesting. Everybody know the Supreme Court put a stay order. But I have a question before we play clips number 3, and then we'll rest with the Samuel Twist story, right? And let me ask the lawyers, please. And I will ask Fubi too, because he seems to know the law, right? So let me ask Fubi first, then we'll go to the other 2 lawyers. Chief Fubi, in the court, Fubi, you can hear us? Okay, Fubi having a technical issue. Fubi, can you hear us? All right. So, Karen, let us come to you first, right? In the court, when they ask the juror prior to them leaving and disbanding the juror, right? Counselor, do the judge ask them question? Do you have any question after the final ruling? After they agree and say, this is our decision, guilty or not guilty? Do they ask them? Because you guys live in the court of Supreme. All right. So we get the same thing here too. Can you answer my question? Do the judge ask them question as to do they have any consent, any question right there before allowing them to leave? Can you?
Okay.
Normally, the judge will provide that advisement prior to the jurors going into deliberations, advising them on the scope of their duties, advising them against interferences, advising them to exercise their judgment going into the deliberations. So that is normally done before they go into deliberations. Normally afterwards, it's just a request whether there is a verdict, and that is directed at the foreman of the jury.
At what point, right, because this is very important, at what point do they allow to say, listen, we got a problem here? Can you?
You say at what point what?
At what point the jury allowed to say, hey, Josh, we got a problem here, though. We see people using the phone. This decision we have taken, we are not satisfied. Can we see you? Can we talk to you? Because it happens prior to the final ruling, right? So couldn't them say something?
Well, it's just like saying, and again, Stanton, I'm trying not to be boxed into a situation. I saw how my brother Jacob came out very forcefully just now, and I'm giving you strictly my legal interpretation. And I don't want that interpretation to be repurposed as if it being targeted at somebody. But let me give you an analogy. Say a woman goes to a party, right? And gets raped at a party. And she leaves, right? 2 months later, she goes to the police and say, I have been raped. What do you think should be the police response? The police response will either be, but you left the party 2 weeks ago. Why didn't you just call us when you were walking out of the party? Or the police response could be the fact that something criminal happened, is wrong that it happened, and you report it. We have a responsibility to investigate. Now, the point we should take here, and that's what I keep saying, if this is a frivolous allegation against, on the basis of this case, if there are no facts and evidence to support such an allegation, by all means, kick it out. Let's go
back to my question because I got to bring Clinton here. Let's go back to my question.
I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a rape answer because the police will say, who raped you? The first thing, who raped you? But the police will ask the first thing, who raped you? They will ask it.
And I think the question is how long, why did he take his name? It's also a fair question.
Yeah, let me bring the police. Go to the hospital. That's a procedure there.
I know exactly what CEO trying to do.
No, you can bring your wrong analogy the wrong time. You get yourself in trouble.
No,
exactly.
The judge asked, the judge or the clerk asked the jury foreman, "Is this your verdict?" It means, if this is what you decided, because the verdict has to be unanimous. So it's an opportunity, for people to say this. There's also something called jury polling, and you have to ask for this. So if the prosecutors believe that there was something where everyone said, they wanted to make sure that everybody agree with the verdict, they could have asked that the jurors be polled. So what happened is the judge is going to ask each of the jurors if they agree, if they voted for this verdict. They didn't do that. So yes,
So let me hold you right there. Let me ask my final question. We're gonna go to the tech clip. I beg you, Chief. Chief, I beg you. So did the judge now find himself in jury tampering by holding them behind closed door, locking the door, he alone talking to them without
So when did this happen? When did this happen?
After Johnson, that your friend asked him that what he just said.
That's what happened today.
Oh, today?
Yes.
But even if you bring the question of today, I've already stated here that I don't know what authority the judge has to have.
No, forget about that. We are asking what Arthur Johnson said. The judge put them in his office, locked the door. But hold on now, Clinton. Clinton, hold on. They and the judge alone, and he, whether you can, put allegation on this judge that he detained them illegally. Again, Arthur Johnson not present to show transparency. The Solicitor General, probably his team, the prosecutor team, they are not present to show transparency. Who know what the judge told them? The judge can tell them, say, you're going to lie. The judge can tell them, say, where's your evidence? The judge can tell them, say, who know what the judge said to them. And it is concerning because the judge represents the state. How can you say, my man, you're still out of my office? One of these people I would talk to. So it forced Arthur Johnson now to go to the Supreme Court. So that's why I say I don't want to call the judge last name because I would say something that would be so bad. But then the interesting thing I take away today before we move on, and this is the interesting thing. I see my man that was dancing. The man started crying. I felt so bad for Samuel Twe. Let's just take a look.
Samuel Twe has won the case. And I can tell anybody, Samuel Twe Jr. is a free animal. The judge told me, leave. In fact, I didn't want to leave. Let me tell the public. I'm a man who's selfless. It's not about Samuel Twe always, about other people. To be honest, if you know Samuel Twe, I was sitting there, and when I was free, I didn't want to leave my friends there. The judge said, leave. I still sat. The judge said, I told you to leave. You are a free man. Go. Mr. Twe, leave. Go. So I got up and went. You know? And so that freedom is not dependent on any investigation. No president, no legislature, no government, no justice, no judge can take my freedom away. It is vouchsafed by the people of this country. And when the jurors spoke, they spoke for the 5-point-something million who sent them there, because that's the system we have. You know, Bill Clinton in 1994, I think, went to vote. 96 went to vote. And I remember that day on the BBC. BBC played it. He said, I took my daughter Chelsea today for the first time to vote when she turned 18. And when she voted and came back to me, I thank God I was born an American. Today I saw 9 jurors sitting under my voice, 15 jurors sitting under my voice, 9 of them returning a verdict of not guilty against a powerful government that wanted to be destroyed. That day, I thank God I was born an American. Thank you.
So, gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thomas season.
Dr. Just stop laughing. This is you said that
Time.
You don't already start laughing yet.
Time and season. Time and season. Guys, we gotta close on this. Jacob, let's hear you. We gotta close on this and talk about Yeke. Time and season, folks. It's very important for us to remember that even the strongest man would cry. Let me remind you.
Yeah.
We have a famous photo that I will not show tonight of Mr. Cummings going into the men's room. We still got that photo. Mr. Cummings was very drained. He went into the men's room and people started taking his picture. This side, some of them were celebrating. Some of them were celebrating. Nothing lasts forever, folks. Not with him. We should be careful what we do, because it will come back to haunt us. Seeing Samuel Twe crying in that video, so for whatever reason he cried, it reminded me of John 11:35, Jesus wept. So now that's Samuel 12:1:1, Samuel Twe wept. It is important to remember this day that you should always remember when you are up there, one day you will be dying. And time and season will remind you of who you are or whose you are. It's very important. And I hope the law will be the law. May God bless us all as we move to the Yeke case. We don't have enough time, but let's talk about Yeke quickly. Let's talk about the Yeke. That Richard, so what do you make about the Yeke Supreme Court decision?
Yeah, I think I said my thoughts at the beginning of the case, of the show. It just baffled me that in the year 2026 that the Supreme Court has not learned where and how to deliver summons or communication from the court. Because the question is, who received the communication, the letter for Kuhn and his entourage to go to court, who received it. The law specifically say the clerk and the sergeant of arm. And so if someone from, or someone in the office, so if someone from the Supreme Court went to the legislature and delivered it to somebody who was not the sergeant of arm and who was not the clerk, the question is, then whose fault is it? What happens? There's a lot of questions, but I would think that they would be very diligent in who received this information. That's legal documents. It's not somebody who you can just give it to. Somebody use the example of a yard boy here, or a horse gear, or secretary. You got to be very specific in note-taking documentation, ask specific questions. But it seems like that was dropped, that wasn't followed to me properly, or so that's what I have to add, Stanton.
That Richardson, thank you very much. Councilor, let's bring you on this one now, right? Then we'll go to Jacob. I'd like to hear Jacob after you. Let's just agree. The Supreme Court move on. Yeke and his people call for full bench. What say you?
Commence the show by firstly expressing my confidence in Justice Yusuf D. Kaba. People are seeking to frame this ruling in many other ways. I disagree. I think that's the practice of law. And most times people like to think these things are mere technicalities. They say, oh, why is it simple thing like service? They could have just given it to anyone and it should be, therefore service has occurred. Why haven't they figured out how to serve? As if it's just a minor issue. But I normally tell people that these technicalities, when your rights are at stake as an individual, they become supremely important. Service of process or serving a potential party litigant in a case is not a basic matter. It is that process that brings you under the jurisdiction of the court and notifies you that there is a matter in the court to which you must attend and therefore prepare to obey what mandates the court has. It's not simple. Sometimes, because to assume that it is simple means if somebody attempted to serve and you were not served and the court is under the impression that you serve, it affects your rights materially. And I gave the example earlier, CEO, when we were talking first. And I said, let's assume, in this case, I want to use Gamande. Gamande is summoned to the court for, say, something that relates to, violence. And they go to serve Gamande. Gamande is in home. Somebody who his letter is in home. Some house help is there who does not realize the importance of a document. This is sign this thing here. It's for Gamande. The person signs, they go. Gamande comes home, she puts it on the table because she's not a right person, she doesn't understand the importance. The period for appearance in the court passes. The court holds Gamande in contempt. Next thing, they throw Gamande into jail. Now, it is all happening on the basis that the court believes that Gamande has received the information and has willingly decided to ignore the court's mandate or request for him to come. It's the same thing here. You cannot just go to the legislature, a massive institution with a chief clerk, with a deputy chief clerk, sergeant at arms, rules that clearly say who to serve, and just serve a serious precept like that is supposed to be served on the leadership on anybody, and you claim that service has occurred. And this is not new. Read the ruling. Over and over and over, time and time again, the court has said, before any party is brought under the jurisdiction of the court, service must be proper. But we take it to be technicality until we have issues at stake. And so my position on this is clear. My position is clear.
Let me ask you a quick question, Kanyo, before Jacob comes.
Ask me that question.
Yeah, before Jacob comes. Kanyo, so what next here? What next in the sense that Yeke prayed upon the Supreme Court. He cried to the court. He said, come to my rescue, help me. I have problem, I'm injured. The court said, okay, we accept that. We will call the party that is injuring you to hear them as well. The court that Yeke went to, the court messed Yeke up and said, though we went there, but we went there the wrong way. And I'm pretty sure you had this. The very court that Yeke ran to. The court is messing Yeke case up and say, well, we get nothing to do with. Wait.
Just put the case. That's it.
So, Councilor, I know we are not all legally inclined, but we get simple sense and common sense. The court, the Liberian people need to know why Yeke say I'm running to the people coming with college to chop me or help me, rescue me.
The court best
Yeke in the back, just to tell Yeke say we tried to rescue you, but we didn't do it the right way. So you're on your own. Because how do you explain this? It's not the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives, forget it, that question no more. Let me be my statement.
I know you want me to answer that question.
That question no more. I gotta bring the other people. Sorry for even your name. The representative, I'm done with you.
Yeah, but I want to ask Kanye a question before you can
let everybody talk. Don't bring the guy too much now. We on a different level here, so you gotta understand where he's coming from. But Jacob, though, this very court that should have been the one to rescue Yeke or to rescue the House of Representatives, the court threw Yeke back into the ocean where you have the alligators and crocodiles and said destroy him.
Yeah, they gave you hope for it. They gave you hope for it.
Nowhere to go now because the very court. But what did Yeke ask for? Well, actually, Yeke went to the Supreme Court for. Did Yeke go to the Supreme Court to simply send a letter and make sure the letter is delivered properly? It was Yeke is careless. Yeke went to the Supreme Court and said, these guys, then they are removing me illegally. Yeke went to the Supreme Court that these guys, then they are breaking our rules. Look into it. Yeke went to the Supreme Court and said, put a stop order right now. Let's appear before you. Did the justice in Chimba Kaba address Yeke concern with his ruling today? Amen. Why should we destroy the fabric that holds us together, the Constitution? The justice in Chimba ignored Yeke concern and said, what you have asked for, we blunder. So the man blunder. So the message Yeke a blunder, so I can't help you. This is again another political witch hunt. What the master wonder, what the master will get. Well, anyway, go ahead, Jacob. Go ahead, Jacob. I
wanted to ask Kanye a question, but I know the answer to the question, but can you always take a long road around the question? So but I don't know. Ask the question is: so now, given the ruling of the court, the person who's supposed to deliver what you call your legal precept, I mean the court document, the person who delivered that rate from the Supreme Court to the legislature, the person who delivered that rate, where they're working at.
Well, man, don't let me take that wrong, man.
Yeah, who sent the person? Where the person working?
A rhetorical question, my man. Continue,
Jacob. So they have been able to answer their question. But the point being,
no, I want you to give me a long-winded explanation. I want to know where they're working.
No, but you're not giving me a loaded question because you want to inform me.
No, the question is not loaded. I ask you where the person working.
Remember, they say you're only kind of that. They want
the person who delivered a court precept, a court document works with the court, right? The person worked with the court, with the court. So Justice Cabal and the bank issues a court precept. He gives it to somebody who delivered the document, and the person, according to him, when they deliver the document wrongly, then he reporting to the Liberian people. I want to call it that way, that we made mistake to deliver our own document wrongly. And that's the end of the matter there. So who takes responsibility for that? What Yeke needs to do about that situation now? Yeke says my rights under the Constitution.
I would have explained that process to you because there are certain tricks and things in service.
No, I beg you, but let other people talk. I beg you that. You're not a certain manager yet. Yeah, I beg you. I let other people talk. We'll come back to you.
Yeah, let me end. So you say there are certain tricks. So the court playing tricks now. That's what you're trying to tell.
I
I
didn't say that.
know.
I want to explain, but
So,
people don't want me to explain it. So you
Jacob
ask
say
the
your
question.
own. But you don't have to. You don't have to. I beg you, Chief. I beg you, can
Sometimes
you
on
come
a
by and
death
talk?
parade,
Kayo, you will talk later. Hold on,
when
let
people
everybody
come,
talk.
See, I want to make a point.
Can you let everybody talk? Wait 1 minute. Jacob, finish up that. Don't call Kayo
I'll
name,
finish
Jacob.
I'll finish
don't
my
call Kayo name. Don't call
I'll
your name.
finish my form my conclusion. Look, gentlemen, lady, we have a lady here. What has been happening for the past few months is just wrong. We need to be fair and factual. Too much politics is happening, and this is not good for our country. Some of us, we have no fear in our bones. We say it clearly. These things are not right. Yeke is at the legislature. He's performing his function. People removing, expelling for the legislature because of the free exercise of his views. And then he goes to the court to seek redress, and the court is behaving to him in this form and manner. And this is entirely laughable, to be honest. And so now where is Yeke going to get justice now is the question. Because the court now has said, oh, we made mistake to deliver our own documentation. So how Yeke is being affected, his rights is
but
being
Joseph was
overlooked.
served.
because
I
of
will let
that.
you don't think Joseph was not served.
I told my own now. So
we have to mute Daniel here because again, a lot of I'm about to put the ruling in the chat room. I want you guys to read the ruling. Just read the last paragraph, the conclusion, the overview. I would say everything to you, right? But the question people are asking, and maybe Dr. Josh, I want to come to you. I'm not spoken in the meaning yet, right? So, what this code is saying, only the sergeant of arms should be served based on the house rule. Only the sergeant of arms. I mean, this is fair though. You cannot even serve the speaker because if you get to the speaker, no way. The speaker will say you didn't give it to the right person. You cannot give it to the deputy speaker. You didn't give it to the right person. So if you look at the Supreme Court ruling today, it said only the sergeant of arms. But anyway, let's go further. The sheriff, the marshal at the court say he served it to both the office of the chief clerk and the office of the speaker. Emmanuel George, the man said the office of the speaker and the office of the chief clerk. Which one that is bad now in this scenario? That we can sit down and say, this Justice Kabah is finding reason to justify that Yeke is on his own. So Kenya is lying. They didn't give it to one, they didn't go in there into one office and present this document. Something they've been doing from Charlie King time. In all of the cases, inviting the House of Representatives. Isn't this just political? I will read this quickly. I beg you, Chief. You can talk while I put it in our chat room. It's a very, very interesting read. Just go to the conclusion of the ruling, right? And see exactly how this, in view of the foregoing, the court finds that the writ of prohibition and accompanying stay order were not properly served upon the respondent. Are you kidding me? Were not properly served upon the consequently, the respondent cannot be held in contempt for action taken in absence of lawful services of the court precepts. So my thing is that it's in the chat room. You'll read it, and we'll put it up. Go ahead, Dr. George.
The court are supposed to properly serve their own documents. So if they didn't properly serve it, then how can Yeke be held responsible for the court failure to properly serve their own precepts?
So Yeke is on his own. If you're looking for, man, you don't talk with Totaro.
No, I'm about to speak, but you gonna have some days that he. You're gonna have some days he can do a pool, so you're gonna be talking. No, you told me to read something. Let me come to this.
No, but it's there. I'll put it in the chat room.
Yeah, you told me to read it. That's why I was going through. But first, Stanton, it is the office of the chief clerk, the office of the sergeant at arms. But the marshal is saying that he served those offices. So, again, the justice in chambers erred in his opinion today. In my opinion, he urged the fact that the letters were served to those offices, and officers in those offices received the letter and admitted that they received the code documents. So there is no lie here. No one have said we did not see it. The office have admitted that the data operator in that office received the document, and that officer have admitted to receiving the document. So it's not missing. So I don't understand the workings of the judge in Chima, but I think he's erred in his opinion, because the document was served to those offices. Now, is the justice in Chima telling me that during the Fanatic Kofa case, the same document was served to those offices? Is he telling me that Sergeant Am did not know at that time? The Ison case, those documents were served to those offices. Is he telling me the Sergeant Am did not know those offices at that time? But it is this case with Yeket now that is Sergeant Am have, no, except you don't understand Liberian bureaucrats, especially those people who carry letters and those people, the far pusher, as we say, how they call it, they are very meticulous. In fact, they can fight you if you try to put a wrench in the way they do their function. They are very slow. They are very meticulous, and can you know that? Very slow and very meticulous. So if Sergeant Am that have been working in the office of the Supreme Court over the period of time, will on this day in serving, we've completely become dumb and dull that he doesn't know how to serve a document that he has been serving over the years. I don't want to believe it. And I think the justice in Chima's erred. As someone have alluded to the fact that the speaker himself who have asked, the speaker had an idea that that document has been served. That's the reason he asked for it on the floor that day. But I come back to what Jacob Jala is saying.
Dr. George, law and not common sense.
Oh, okay.
There's a reason why you hire a lawyer to represent you.
Right?
When your lawyer does not properly superintend your case, these are the things that happen.
But Kanye, the point everybody's making this show, you having a jersey. Who served the document?
So that the precept is served specifically.
But is the precept served by the lawyer or the precept served by the court?
Or is it served by the
Is it served by the lawyer or served by the court?
That's why I tell you, if you're not in practice, you will not understand.
Okay, help us understand it tonight. Standard is not here, so you can help us understand it.
I'm explaining it to you now, so you follow.
Yeah.
There is something that is known as superintending a process, right? We lawyers say that when you file cases at the court, you don't just go home as a lawyer and sleep. When the judge gives a precept to the court officer, the lawyer for the client and the court officer are in communication as to where and who it will be served on. There are even times when even the lawyer accompanies the court officer because there are rules that provide who receives service of process. On our law, for example, a corporation, if you are serving a corporation, you must be serving the head or a key executive of the corporation. The court official, who is the sheriff or whoever, is not concerned with who that person is. They may go and hand that precept to the security at the gate. That will be improper service. That's why a good lawyer knows these practices. And they will superintend the matter until the proper person.
Don't do that to us, man. Don't
what you're making is a Liberian argument, and you're just telling everybody here that the system is so bad it needs serious repair, because that's just complete nonsense. We're just talking right now. That you have to,
even in the US.
No, that's not the case in the US. No. Let me tell you.
There is a process.
Hold on, there is a process. Now, Dr. Richardson, let me first go to this. Calm down. Let me first talk about the ruling, right? What I even find very interesting.
No, let's talk about service. That's what I was trying to explain.
But the ruling is about the service. The ruling is about the service.
Kamani, it's your turn. Can you just speak and then we'll go in order?
So, the first thing is, I found it very troubling that the court will even refer the reliance of the court is on the rules of the House of Representatives. I find that problematic because civil process is not governed by the House rules; it's governed by the civil procedure law. The judge did not reference the civil procedure law as relying. He said by the House rules.
You didn't read that case.
Okay, you guys didn't read it again. That's the conclusion. That's why it's so consistent.
All right, so guys, we got consistent. We did extremely well today. We did extremely well today. Let me put this up real quick for the sake of our audience. This is the person. The person. Hold on 1 minute. The person that served the letter on the 16th day of April 2026. The citation for the writ of prohibition was prepared by the clerk of the Honorable Court of Liberia and placed in the hands of the Marshal for Service on the Petitioner Legal Counsel, International Law Group LLC, Bowden through Councilor Johnson, Massaquoi. 1-2. Therefore, Bailiff Joshua Bay, assigned at the Marshal's office, proceeded to the office of the Speaker. At the time of the service, the legal counsel for the petitioner was present, along with the Speaker of the Honorable House of Representatives, Honorable Richard Coon. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Richard Coon, was due to serve with a citation for the writ of prohibition Bowden through his receptionist, Mrs. Irena Siki, who acknowledged receipt and signed for the copy of the said citation for the writ of prohibition. So, Dominic, so she admitted the receptionist in the Speaker's office. Let me pause here, Dominic.
So now, where the argument Kanye is making that said as has no foundation is exactly where Dr. Joyce had just said. When you're serving people, you're serving the office of it's not the president. For instance, if you're going to serve the Republic of Liberia, you have to serve the Attorney General. Is the Attorney General just passing around for you to go serve it? You have to go and serve the office of the Attorney General. Attorney General is not somebody who is accessible that you can just go and serve. So you serve the office of the Attorney. For instance, I just sued the Department of Children and Family here in Massachusetts. What I did was got the summons from the court. I sent it in the mail and make a return to the court. I sent an email. You don't go. I'm not going to find the Attorney General of Massachusetts. He's not just lying around. So it doesn't make sense to say that you have to go and find the chief clerk. So if you go to the office and you serve somebody who received that communication, once it's in the office, it's one thing if you went to another department. But Senator, do me a favor, can you say I didn't read? So I want you, can you put the last page of the court wrote in the last page where the judge said the judge.
Well, I'll put it up. I just called it up. Yeah, I just called it. I'll put it up.
He doesn't rely on the civil procedure law. He relied on the House rules. And the civil procedure law is what governs civil process, not the House rules. We don't know what the rules of the House. We are not members of the House.
Kanye is teaching how to trick the legal system.
And that's what they're saying. I think he's just trying to say that the system is so rotten that you got to pay people and superintend it around. That's not how it's supposed to be. Like, yeah, if I have to serve Dr. Judge, I have to serve it. I can either leave the communication to even a person that is 18 years age. If I went home and I didn't see him to his house, if that person is 18 years of age, I can leave it there. As long as it's the address, I can leave that communication there with him. So if you say you have to serve an agent of a corporation, if I go to the agency and I went to the reception, I'm here to serve the general counsel, and they said you have to leave the letter here. What am I supposed to do? Go by the code and say I can't see the general counsel? That's like that. You don't have to personally serve the people. And so the argument the judge made in this ruling is very erroneous. He's saying that you have to actually find the people to give, and it's wrong. So for instance, if I have a case against the Republic of Liberia, I actually have to go find the Attorney General. Do you know how hard it is to see the Minister of Justice? So you're saying you're almost never going to be able to serve to make that serve because you can't find them. Okay, this is what it says. This is the conclusion of this justice. He said, in view of the foregoing, the court found that a writ of prohibition in the company's state document will not properly serve upon the respondent, consistent with 26.5 of the rules of House of Representatives. Can they say I can't read? So he's not the judge is not even relying on the civil procedure law. He's relying on the rules of the House.
Gamada, you did not read this.
I would say this. Kev, let's bring Kev in. Welcome to the show, Conor Gray. I would say this. I respect Councilor, both Councilor. Let me meet you a little bit, Kev. I respect this as Associate Justice a lot, right? I respect all of them. They are beautiful people who I learned. But I can tell you this, Justice Kaba messed up on this one. I'm not going to practice in front of him, so I won't be afraid of Kanyo, right? Everything you see Kanyo doing here, he got to protect his practice. Justice Kaba messed up in front on this one. Justice Kaba, either willfully or intentionally, screwed this one up. He screwed this one up. Maybe he will correct me. I'm not a lawyer. Maybe he will correct me. There will be no way, nothing. Let me say this. For this well intelligent lab, being ain't good to anybody justice. But for him to take this decision because what the House of Representatives represented and telling us that they were saying they were going to call for removal, impeachment of him. If these saying that true, maybe. Like I said, I'm not going to practice on him like Kanyo, so I'll be free to talk. Maybe he will hold me on a contempt, and I will tell him, say, Justin, that's my right to disagree with your decision. And maybe he will say, where is Chief Justice Bessé? Let's get extended 6 months. And I will say, okay. But he's wrong on this one. These people got to think about tomorrow. He have established, and thank God he's going to the full bench. Thank God for that. Maybe one of my old man that come in, like James Eto, Wodokoli, like my old man Clinton Johnson, when they come in, they will put some sense in the garden. Hey, yeah, the men are messing up, man. Let all that whole bench be so women. Maybe we get some sense. So be friend. Let be so women. But God, if I get a power in the prayer, you will not find one man on that bench. The men get problem. The other one they go to, they say that they go to, then they come out the beginning and you say, okay, I agree. That's a problem. The only person I see problem in here that Justice Kane. Maybe another time will come. But the man Justice Kaba messed up on this one, man. It's clearly daylight. He messed up on this one. You either you're a lawmaker, you are the associate justice. Do it for the country. But you're gonna come and say about the rule. At the police, how many times you have given citation to that one marshal? How many times have he delivered? You spot a marshal and the marshal is incompetent. Even the
the lawyers will be behind the marshal, be walking behind him.
Even the letter you send the marshal will deliver letter and you pay him $500 every month.
He said, "Yeah, lawyers will be behind the marshal, foot to foot."
I intended to show just a Kaba picture, but I ain't going to do it because of my friend. I will not show you a picture. But this is wrong. Every Liberian that listens to us should know that Justice Kaba dropped the ball on this one. Sometimes the law is the law, but sometimes the law is just intentional for them to just fool everybody. And he dropped the ball on the one. It's not constitution. There's no constitutionality with this one. The justice got to be reprimanded by us. We are the Liberian people, and we are the one that pay him. He has set a new precedent that tomorrow when somebody says, I see the letter, what will you do? What will you do? Go give the letter to Kanye Babala. Kanye way in South Africa. He can't, he run. He says, you see the letter, what will you do? You'll work for Kanye. You can't give it to your girlfriend. You can't give it to your husband. You gotta wait for Kanye because your girlfriend are a receptionist.
Man, I'm married. I don't have girlfriends.
I'm for that, man.
I'm married.
At the end of the day, we gotta move for that, man. We gotta say this after this.
I don't have girlfriends.
Yeah, bye. Give me 10, bye. Sometimes, yeah, you can face me up. All right? So at the end of the day, though, that's something Jacob said, which is interesting. Jacob, can you give me your line again? Well, in America, it's different. In Liberia, different. Can you say that quickly?
Yeah, America, a process.
Yeah, Jacob said, yeah, America, a process to get girlfriend in Liberia, process. They got a bad guy. But anyway,
a long process. You got a babbling ticket. You got
a show. But in America, you got to know where your shoulder. You gotta know who watching you. In Liberia, you don't have to ask him. You don't have to do that in Liberia. But anyway, at the end of the day, though, this is a serious issue. Man, take here. I think we should just going to the full bench. We'll listen to the women, good mothers, people with sound mind. We'll listen to Chief Justice, what the Chief Justice is going to say. And we're going to listen to the rest of the guys. Boto Kano, Breda, Bwaka Kane. We'll listen to what he's going to say because we just on a bad territory, guys. Let it one go. Now they're going to the full bench. Yeke is Yeke. He's not moved. He was coming on the show, but he's traveling. Maybe we'll have him tomorrow. Yeke is not moved. He spoke today. He left. Listen, Labro moves on. But everything that is happening today pave the way for tomorrow. And we will beg our sister Rosemary for 10 minutes. She looked at me. Give her 10 minutes, Mama. I know you got to go home. Another one we want to see here quickly. We got
let me browse on that. Quick.
Yeah, quick. But then we got to bring Remy Gray in. But we got to go by. So can you do it in your closing?
This is going to be quick. If anybody think that the judge and the government were not working hand in hand to come back and say, oh, you're sending to the wrong person. Oh, it was the wrong procedure. There's something wrong with that person. Because they know if they go into the merit of the case, Yeke will win it. So that's the only way. Let's look at what they did on the Priscilla Cooper case. They charged Priscilla Cooper with almost the same charges with Fonati Kofa. They left it at the court. They know after 3 terms, the law, they will drop the case. The Unity Party, no, they charged Priscilla Cooper with the same charges, but they left it and used the legal side of it and they dropped the case because that Unity Party woman. So if anybody think that there's not a plan here, they don't know what they're doing, there's something wrong with you. Look at the big picture. Why Priscilla Cooper case, just stay there and use that legal maneuvering. After 3 times, if nobody touch it, how will you not touch a woman that was charged? That was charged as the same with the other. You leave it. But hey, Stanton, we'll discuss about that in a little day.
Stanton, can I just add an information here for clarity? Now, I'm receiving reports that the lawyers, and can you? So you're right. I'm receiving a report that the lawyers, first of all, the document was to the 55th legislature through the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the chief clerks. And Yeke lawyers, I'm receiving a report, accompanied the marshal to the speaker office and the chief clerk office. So the marshal did not go alone. He was accompanied by lawyers.
So why did they serve on the wrong person?
Emmanuel, they take Kanye, you're wasting your
Why
time.
did they serve on the right person?
They serve the wrong person. They serve the office.
They take Kanye,
and the person in the office cannot be the wrong person.
The lawyers should have superintended that process, given the gravity of the situation.
But the office cannot be a wrong person. Someone who is employed in your office.
So we want to say we got to go. I want to say to all of you, it's just so good that we have a wonderful show today. I can guarantee you, and I want you to take this to the bank, not to our brother at Carey Street Bank, because that bank is empty.
What happened to
I want you to take it.
And you ain't made more.
I spoke to Akari's Gray. He's fine. We've been in communication.
No, that get Kanyo that some CEO Kanyo.
I spoke to Akari's. Quickly though, I'd like to say to all of you, I think it was a very interesting show. We just want to say to those in Radio Land, thank you. We'll do our closing. Rosemary, you want to come on? We need to excuse you. Then we'll finish up online with our closing. We do appreciate you, Rosemary McKeever. Thank you always for helping us every Wednesday to produce and present. We do appreciate you. Thank you. Please keep us online.
Why you pressing the woman of 3,000?
She mad because she 5 minutes over her time.
I'm not even mad.
She and Kev get a scene hairstyle.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Rose.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
night. Good night, everybody.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so we want to say, brother Ed Remy Gray, I know you're always busy. You come on late because you've been working, but it's good to have you on. Let's hear you. And you can make this your opening and your closing at the same time.
Stanton, when it comes to the law, good day, everyone. When it comes to the law, it seems as though we'll always blame the judges for making their own decision. That's what makes that profession so sacrosanct, because once you make a decision, you're affecting the lives of so many people. I'm surprised to see the male judges there today are undesirable of being there. I remember a few months ago, we were crying on Justice Yo. In fact, we were praying that she leaves the office, and I think she extended her time. We all were displaced and very discomfortable around here because she was still around.
I'm sorry, don't make that your closing. We got something very important that we got to break. It's very important. Don't make that your closing. I beg you, Conor Gray. Let me, and with continue tomorrow. I just missed this one. People are asking me about this whole Mame saga. You guys are aware that there's a job out there concerning eco-wives that Mame applied for, right? The first thing was the MCC that didn't go through, the MCC compound, national regional coordinator position. The Mame didn't receive, but it was given to Abraham Neon brother, the deputy of foreign affairs. Mame is our own year on the show, but the experience on this job called Commissioner Economic Affairs and Agriculture. The position belongs to Liberia. And let's take our time to dig deeper and discuss this. This position was open, available, responsible to lead commission to formulate economic and agriculture policy and program for ECOWAS country. So you got 3 individuals from Liberia that applied for this position. I want to say, because people have been asking me too many questions on this. Something similar to the legal aspect as well of ECOWAS, and that was given to Charlene Brunskin. Praise God for Charlene. Let's talk about the Mame. Mame applied. The deputy minister at Finance, his name is Tapo Zo. He also applied. The deputy commissioner at Central Bank, Dukley, he also applied. To the beautiful gentleman, well-learned gentleman. But here's the way it gets so interesting. It seemed to be that everybody had their side within the government. People in the government were recommending their own. So Augustin Kwei Gafan, Cyril Beslo Yanti, Abraham Neon, they all supported the POSO, Zoo, I think something about Zoo. They supported the deputy minister. The deputy minister was the recommendation. Dukley had own people that were supporting him. I don't know who was supporting Mame. But this is very, very interesting.
Spoon Talk was supporting Mame, Spoon Talk.
I didn't know. So there was no way I was supporting Mame because I didn't know about this thing. I get to know lately when Mame went for an interview to travel to Ghana, one of these countries, I believe. They sat for an interview. But the decision is the country decision. Depuso has a job as deputy finance minister, right? Dukley has a job as deputy bank governor. But Dukley is a tenure position, and that position is coming up next year. But some way, somehow, the hyenas in the government decide to give this, as we are hearing, to Depuso, Zo or So, whatever his name is. There's a conflict right now. Whose side the executive marshal on? Who's on the law side? Who's on Mame's side?
Can you guys please research this? Talk to your people. Let's fully talk about it tomorrow. They took an exam. They took a test. The result came. Who scored better than who?
I'm hearing
Who plays that one phone call to say it must be the Puzo? Who is convincing President Bwaka that it must be, but the Puzo have a job though. He's the deputy at finance. But the beauty of this position is a 4 years tenure position. So what is the Puzo saying? He going on this job because you know there will be no unity party tomorrow. I decided to bring this up, right? For us to look into it, for us to see how the cat eating their own baby called Unity Party. And I will explain what I know. Emmanuel George, this is some embarrassment coming to Unity Party. They allow Mame to fly into Ghana, from Ghana to Liberia, and they tell him, Mame say, I don't know the result, whether you get it or you will not get it, but everything we hear, Sarah, Abraham Neal, and Augustine Kwaye Gafwan, they are strongly recommending the Puso. Is he qualified for that position? What does the position say? I will ask you guys to research it. We'll go to the phone line tomorrow. We ask the Liberian, why are people so angry on this job? Is Sarah saying she cannot support Mame because Mame been attacking her from the credential days, from the fake school days? You remember that fake school that Sarah bring in the country with a prophet woman? And you know, is that why they are going after Mame? I mean, this is getting to be personal now. No matter what you do, these people will hold grudges. But let's move on. Let's end the show. I want us to be on the radio tomorrow when we really get into this. I got the grades. I got the score. I got the letter that was sent to Sarah. I got those that Sarah talked to. She sent Abraham Neal to Ghana to represent her. And Abraham Neal was there. And Abraham Neal just went ahead to say, yes, indeed, this is where we are. And we're calling on this girl. So I got some of this issue. Where you get this is by people just say Musa Dukle, you know, well, the deputy bank governor for operation at Central Bank, the Puso, deputy finance minister for economic affairs. And, you know, we'll talk about this tomorrow. I got all the information I will share with you guys. Look into it and see actually what is President Boygaard, Sam Steve, the chief of staff, going to say. What Gafwan going to do this to Mame? Gafwan is bitterly against this thing. He took the first MCC job from Mame. You know, he gave it to Abraham Neal brother. You know, Gafwan picking, and you know he taking this one from Mame again. The guys don't know something.
Greedy Hunter name, man. Greedy Hunter.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment. How can you eliminate all your soldiers?
The finance ministry, Gafwan, want everything for themselves. Very, very greedy.
The also get a job, though.
You be kidding about.
I'm telling you, yeah.
No, but we still got to talk about it, though. We still got to talk about it, right? If you know that you don't want to give Mame this thing, don't let him travel and go to Ghana and sit for an interview and go to Liberia, and you know you put him under the impression. They did it to Mame with the MCC something. They put Mame on an interview that you were going to get a regional coordinator job, right? How can they? I mean, what's this thing about Unity Party just eating their own babies, man? And then they will come back and beat it.
I see why all the law research Mame used to do on CDC and I slowed down.
Well, they both say Mame la CDC, man. Mame la CDC. So you better come out of CDC.
Last smart, I think Mame is a red with CDC. What did the research to be
law? Can you imagine? Mame will be defending Sekou Dukle. Mame will be defending Mo Ali. Mame will be defending Gafwan, and Gafwan treat Mame like this. Everything Mame go for, Gafwan lied to him and treat him evilly. Sarah, I understand, because Sarah and Mame couldn't get eye to eye because Mame who are on credential, Mame who are on that fake Necotech or school something. So Sarah can say, I don't need Mame there. Abraham Neal say he doesn't need Mame there. Yeah. But can you imagine what they can look here Abba and say, my man, we don't need you. You are not part of this family.
Man, the same thing.
But
The same thing to Dualu to be on the radio. They say, "Mama, should come on the radio."
I heard that they gave Dualu. Somebody calls and say they're giving Dualu $3,000 every month because of his consultancy fee.
Yeah, they said Dualu's on the radio.
They brought the man down to $3,000 consultancy.
I read somewhere they say, I read Dualu say you're the diaspora people here, but people pay $1 they don't bill to do what?
I mean, let's keep this mama thing for tomorrow, right? That they don't pay thing. I ask one question: if the people pay the $1, will they be allowed to vote overseas? They put in some. You want the people money, but you don't want their participation in the process.
It's the same thing they do with $1, right? The same thing they do with $1.
But we're talking about they don't build tomorrow. We'll bring the guy on and pushing this thing. You want the people to pay $1 remittance fee on everything the Senate. That's a good thing, right? But when the people say open up voting booth, let's vote here. We shouldn't go to the library to vote to get fair. They say then that's power will win the election, every election. But you want our support. You want our money. Then you get vets and say, don't worry. But then when it comes to election, bring a voting regulation here. Let's go to the embassy and vote. Let's go to the embassy and vote. Then we'll contribute. You can't have it both ways. But again, this Mame thing, let me say this to everybody, we'll discuss it tomorrow. It is concerning that when you have a general, you have people in the army willing to support you. Mame put his life on the line. Then you find these people, and I like what government said, those are you not coming back and say, but you know that Mame stay there. He stay there. The Mame, you know. Should we cry more than the bereaved?
Stand up. News reaching me that they don't pick up my Jabate call anymore. They say either he used to go to the mansion, they stop in there.
Yeah, my Jabate ran to Bagbalu, man. He in Bapalu right now. He can't do anything else. They put on top.
They don't pick up his call anymore.
Yeah.
They got a vision here to help Mame.
I'm not talking about helping Mame or destroying Mame. Mame will lay. Councilor, let me say something to you, right? Councilor, one thing I will respect you because you know how to hustle. You're not a lazy hustler, Councilor, right? Mame is a hustler. Whether you give it to him or you give it to him, he's a hustler, right? You can see somebody and you know that they can hustle. I can tell you on the show who can hustle. Right now among us, we are only 7 years.
Who can hustle?
No, you won't bring it out. I will tell you. I can tell you that the judge that hustler, they make me in the office hustling. I can tell you. Look at the time Conor Gray coming on the show. Pure hustler. They make 2 kids in Cardiff University, out of state. They make a hustle. Right? Look at Clinton, lawyer. I do the process of elimination now, right? So I call Kanye, I call Clinton, I call Conor Gray, I call Ivana. We are left with 2.
Just leave it hanging. I don't know Friday or Wednesday. Just leave it hanging.
So no, I gotta go over here again, guys. Please bear with me. Let me go over again. I'm gonna do Emmanuel, don't run. I gotta go. But you talk about hustling, right? Mame is a hustler.
We'll find for jury temporary with the wrong jury.
Mame is a hustler. You put Mame on the dry ground, he can find water, he can survive. Mame is a hustler, right? But let's talk about on this show, us, and when us say we can hustle, right? I tell you, Clinton, you're a hustler. See, we know your speed. You know how to move. You're a hustler. Look at Governor Clinton. He's in a coastal, that lawyer, he's hustler. A man in the office. Emmanuel George, every day, the man talking to, mental health people, they're giving him position, he hustle. The man hustle till he went way to Ellie Johnson Salib, Ellie L. Salib, somewhere in Pennsylvania. They make him hustle. Now the man speak. I know Conor Gray. Conor Gray get a whole company, he hustling every day, he coming on the show late. But I will plead the 5th. I will leave the other 2 years this side. Jacob Jala and Kel Hassan. Who can also, I'll believe myself there. You decide.
But I can't laugh for. But I can't laugh for. They give money. I just do it.
No. I'll leave that.
Conor Gray, okay. You're very quiet tonight.
No.
He won't laugh happy. But let people tell who can hustle. Okay, that ask the people, Jacob Chala and Kev Hassan, who can hustle? Who living on a woman? Who living on a woman who can hustle? Jacob Chala and Kev Hassan. Y'all tell us that we gotta go, please. Come on, we'll discuss Mama issue tomorrow. Kev Hassan and Jacob Chala, who can hustle? You know, when CDC were in power, Kev was flashing with BMW, Mercedes-Benz. CDC not in power no more.
That guy used to smoke the biggest boom from Cuba.
Yeah. He got me like with a bigger boom smoking.
Gonna get mad at speaker. Is he gonna get?
The man need to go left for cardio. Cardio got him up there.
Most people saying that Kev, it's a Kev never hustle. So he's right. Kev would be bluffing here. He would come up with big boom. You see Kev with a tech jacket. Kev say, yeah, you know, but not a Ray.
I mean, and Kev now the bluff, man. We you know, you see the man, like affluent man, the naked boom.
But guys, it's good. It's good. Every one of us hustling, man. That's a good day. Thank you very much for joining Spoon. Let's meet again tomorrow. By God's grace, we want to appreciate every one of you and have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, but Stan, I want to talk on that mommy issue. You know, I think the resentment.
Yeah, let's do our closing. If you want to close, you can close it.
Yeah. The resentment against people from the diaspora, look who is running against. And as long as you come from the diaspora, it seems as though it's us versus them. Mame will do all he can. Maybe if some deputy position, maybe somebody will feel for him, but he has been a loyal man to the regime somehow. I would say that. But if people are still looking at you because you from the diaspora versus those on the ground, those who have been on the ground there forever. So probably got more, his arms are longer. But I just feel that all that testing thing, that formality, as long as that resentment with us here, you know, look, because if they want you in the position, they will not even, you get it before it's public. Because maybe for requirement's sake. But the thing about it, I think is the resentment against people coming.
But Conor Gray, how this gonna hurt Unity Party though, Conor Gray. And you know, and that's my fear. Conor Gray, you see, Carrie can be laughing at me, we'll be joking. But my fear when these things happen in Conor Gray, when you take all your general out now, right? And I was discussing this with Thomas Fowler the other day, and I can call him deputy. I said, deputy, he said, yeah. I say, are you sure you standing by the paper? He said, stand on. I'm standing. I can say this, right? Give him a second thought. He said, I'm standing by the paper. I said, but if you're eliminating all the general, then who left? Who you will run to? He told me, he said, stand on, that's a good question. But we will look around. I said, time is important, yeah. You give Mame anything in the government. You send to Ghana for interview, he scored that thing. But if you knew that, you know what a Mame to be on MCC, regional coordination, something, you knew that you want Mame to take this thing, tell Mame, say, you know what, that three-way street. We either put you where Depu is, let Depu go over there, or we send you to Central Bank and bring Dukley to finance, and we balance this thing. But the way they can do this, my man, I'm getting afraid that it doesn't look good though. I'm serious. It doesn't look good. Seriously speaking. It's gonna hurt.
Maybe they'll swap position with Depu as well because Mame might be there.
But why Depu's already get a job? Why he can't stay there? Why Depu's leaving? Because you think that President Baga will not win the next election.
Position, but I mean, is it violating any law of humanity? I mean, we all want, but one more.
No, you cannot hold two positions. You cannot.
No, it's not holding both. It's going to relinquish one eventually. But
I understand, but the issue people are saying, I don't think Mame is an economist or he can do the job that Depu do at finance. I don't think so. I don't think that's his area, right? But just to believe what we can believe in today, though. Can you imagine that what these people are doing, fighting for everything, and just, man, God, man, come on.
I don't know. Let somebody else talk this thing. This is an embarrassment,
Yeah,
man.
but Seto, I thought we were watching the show. They said they were not doing it for job. They were just supporting Joseph Boca for the love of country. That's what they said.
Okay. Okay.
They said it. It's the on tape. The on tape here. I said, "Who want job? We okay. We're doing it for the love of country because CDC destroyed the country and they want the people to enjoy."
Kel, you're wicked. So, Kel, you allow Ben Sammy to say that thing for you to say, right? So you allow Ben Sammy to say that thing. So you say, Ben Sammy allow me. But you know what? It's a good argument though, because people say they were doing it for love for country.
Love for country. Yeah.
I think they do it not because of.
I cannot say you're doing it for love for country until they say to vote in
on the show.
Because Putumati, now the Putumati on hold, can only carry once in a while now.
Yeah,
since the Putumati on hold, can only carry once in a while.
Guys, let us know that the George please.
Not that Mami is the part of this, but I strongly believe they should give it. I strongly believe they should give it to Mami.
You job, but you're not making it.
Dr. George, go ahead,
they should give it to Mami. Look, a double so has a job, and the other person has. That's how I'm analyzing it. In fact, I'm wondering why they even applying for that job when they already have a job. Are they saying that the job they have is substandard to what they are applying for?
The job you get a lot of incentive, travel incentive. You make over $10,000. You know, you got budget.
But you're already working with the government, and the government have an influence on the decision making process. So if I was in a unity party and we're looking for 3 persons, the deputy minister and the deputy director, commissioner or governor will not be on the list. They're already they are already serving the country at a different level. So I think they're being greedy.
Satan, I have a simple solution. Mama, she can't join us in the opposition. We'll remove the government in 2029. We're saying to ECOWAS.
How many years you want a man to be in opposition?
But you know, I will say this to you. I will say this to you, and I can tell you this: you can get anybody in opposition. Mama and Joey cannot see eye to eye. Mama can never join opposition.
But he's about Joey before that.
Yeah, but before, till they didn't pay his school fee. They didn't pay his school fee here in America, and he gets
representing the country at the international level. It should not be based on.
The man already got some backstory for something.
Yeah, representing the country at international
level.
No,
why you blame me? They didn't pay the man school fee and man get fair with Joe. Yeah, the man was taking a final exam, they put in out of class. They say, my man. Your country, they didn't pay your school fee. He and Jake Kabakori, all of them. They were taking a final exam. The man was writing his exam that day. They put him out of class. They say your country didn't pay your school fee.
You have to meet the 7th grade. The man grades was not that top.
No, let me tell you. My man is very smart. He great on his problem. They didn't pay his school fee.
So we should put out a grade up? I should put out a grade up?
Yeah, put any grade you won't put up.
Yeah,
so they didn't pay they didn't pay the man's school fee. So and the man went Safwa Gray say she not paying the man's school fee. So it make the man mad. So the man have to, political reward is not in heaven. And one thing, let me say this to everybody. If Unity Party continue on this track, to tell you the truth, Mama will pay them back. A serious thing that she can just punish anybody that talk about her credential, talk about her Lincoln Tech or what kind of tech school that she will bring in Liberia, and they want to punish Mame because some of them will want to punish Mame and say Mame ran after us, he called for our resignation here and there. Then the government is in trouble. The government will be in trouble. These things must stop. And I agree with everybody, right? We're going to go to the phone line tomorrow and ask the people, what do they think? Who in this place now that President Barker will say, yes, my son has come and he has gotten a job? Who? Everything we always talking about every day is about the same old people. What kind of life we living here? So, guys, I'll just remind you. Look at Ducle. This is Ducle here. This is Ducle. He already got a job. He's serving deputy bank governor. His term will be expiring. He still got to apply for ECOWAS job. What kind of foolishness is that?
I think they're looking for job stability.
Look at
job stability.
No, Depo are my friend, right? Depo are my friend, right? Depo served in the foreign ministry before. Depo right now at finance ministry, right? Gafwan brought in Depo so Gafwan they're trying to consummate what they have started here in Sarah Besto, right? And Abraham Neal. They're all trying to rally around. They say he should take the job. Yeka Mame, a very smart young man, that they are denying him the opportunity from serving his country, from representing his country, because he spoke on issue that they didn't like.
But then why you chose the picture of the other when Mama they received the news? He look like.
Oh man.
Getting into ready too.
Exactly, it's competition. I think it's a diaspora thing. Because if they're going to be coming after people for their opinion at this level, then many of us will be thrown under the bus. But I think it's Mami's right to serve his country, whether or not it may not be being you supporting a government for job per se, but you also have the right. That's an exclusive right to you. If you want to serve your country, what if it's a do or die position? For instance, how many individuals raise their hands and say I want to go in the army and go fight whatever war is persecuted around us? You make the noise and say, oh, the guy looking for job. A service to the country. That's more important.
I think President Baga should step in. I think the executive marshal should step in. But it will come down to the place of whether the people can even listen to President Baga. Because this time President Baga thought nobody cared. Nobody listened to him. President Baga can talk but not to Judgment Day. Everybody running their own entity, their own ministry all by themselves. They got no respect. No respect. No respect for the word of the president. President Baga can just take a phone call. But it won't help. So what become of Mame? I wish them luck, but we ask the people tomorrow, how can they treat Mame like this? But Governor Clinton said, I can't eat your own baby, But again, we talk about women pay, we talk about Mike Jabatel, we talk about all these people. I wonder tomorrow when election open, then what? Then what? Who we want to see on the election trip? Who we want to see? We're going to see Mo Ali. People don't believe in Mo Ali like that. We're going to see Amos Twe that turn round and fight and rail at Chastero. Money now make him so super and God bless him. But he's not convincing no more. The people are angry. Who are we going to see tomorrow that will be convincing, that able to convince the Liberal?
It's just me. Stento, you look at the poor mute, them you there, even man.
Yeah, Stento, they better go.
I think we're off.
We're off the air.
Maybe we'll reach the maximum time allowed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Jacob, man, Mami, I think the resentment again, you guys down there, I give it to you guys, but the resentment against some of us is just too high, and that's why I say if you want to get into the fray, don't support a political party. That's not even a guarantee that you're gonna leverage at the end of the day. Because once power is earned, it's a different baby. Yeah. When people are seeking power, you see all the promises, that flexibility. Mm-hmm. But when power is earned, it's a different management level, and so That's why it's not a guarantee to even. You know how many people were victimized when CDC came to power?
Absolutely.
A lot of people were victimized. You know how many people have been victimized since President Barkai came to power? A lot. So that's just politics. It's just a different beast. I hope Mami will get something that he wants. I mean, it is his citizenship right to have anything he wants to pursue. It's also the other folks' right to give it to him. But I think it's the power play. You have to know who to touch, who to call for you to get a position. It's not about qualification anymore. All that taking tests, all those stuff.
All those things are just those things are just rules. That's all joke. No taking tests.
Formality, man. A formality. If they want to give
you, probably those posts are diplomatic posts. Like you represent, you send your representation. That's
you just say your name there. You say somebody's name. Now representation, and they look who has the authority to do that. And since a foreign position, probably the foreign minister may have something to do, but through the imposition of a higher power like the president, all I think about tests and this and that. I think these guys are leaving their jobs now because now that they don't have a destiny of staying on their job, but I think it's all about job stability because when you go at that international level, you just go so much and then retire at the end of peacefully, not like replacement. You know, I know folks who have been in that ECOWAS reign. There was a guy who left from the revenue and applied. He was a commissioner there. He applied. You know, he got the job, or they send him there, wherever it is. You know, Jacob, how those things work, my brother. But mommy should keep pushing. I would say Depo's role will be gone. Maybe they'll finally bring it because he's a smart young guy. Got so much to offer in terms of, in terms of creativity, but it's not enough. You got to know the power that be. This is a power play situation.
It is.
I didn't even know it was going there, but I heard him for the compact. Now I'm hearing this. Things will come up. This is government, my brother.
I know.
But I think you guys did well on the show today. I listened.
The show is a very every day the show is beautiful. It's interesting. I like the program. Is the show is so powerful and a lot of people listen. A lot of people follow.
You know, but I think Justice Cover, you must know that's why I say power play. You know why? Yeah, people say there's no politics. When somebody tells you I've been in government for 40 some more years, that guy comes with a skill set that you don't know. You're overlooking it, you know. But a lot of things can happen when you see the old man look in left and say a lot of things will happen, will change here. That I mean, he's saying this from his political grit. It comes with that power that most people don't know. We just think politics is just about ziggy. No, it's heavier than that.
It is.
Yeah, and you have to soak into it before you can know the little gritty about politics. And I think President Barkai, it may not be the talkative type, but you know, pray you don't be the next individual. But I think you get.
Yes, sir.
What happened to your network, man?
My picking took me off. Yeah.
Okay. Your grandchild?
Yeah, my favorite grandson, man. I shouldn't say that though, but my favorite grandson. The other people that listen.
It's a different feeling to get a grandson, man. It's a different feeling, man.
Yeah.
It's a different feeling, man.
Yeah. It's strong today. Jacob, thank you, man. It's good to have you guys. So I just came by to close up because I know we're done. We appreciate you, Jacob. Conor Gray, as always, man. Thank you very much for squeezing yourself in.
All the best, man. We'll get together tomorrow, God's willing.
Tomorrow by God's grace, Jacob. Thank you.
Yeah. Gentleman leader.
Yes, sir. I want to say to all of you, thank you very much for joining Spoon. As always, it's good to have you. Good to have you. Let's catch up again tomorrow, same time, same station. Spoon 105.1, Fabric, Super, the voice of Liberia, and all of our many relays would like to say yes, indeed. We appreciate you, Clarence Pearson, Emmanuel Thier, Philip Bala, Kawu Adams, and everyone else. Have a wonderful evening. So we'll meet again. Please be safe. Remember, God loves you, and God is watching over us all. Have a good night from my end. Bye-bye.